Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck Sim live stream today, 21st of November 2020. It is now 47 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here, only running about 17 minutes behind schedule with this live stream today. Boy oh boy, where do I even start? Well, Microsoft Flight Simulator was on a little bit of a servo issue. I was hoping to do a group flight with some of the other members, but I just for some reason cannot display any friends. I can't even join any of the servers. It seems to be jammed in the offline mode. I mean, I wouldn't have gone online anyway because we didn't want 747s flying inverted towards us. But to all my members, massive apologies. I spent 15 minutes prior to the stream to get it started. Anyway, I went to click live and then Streamlabs just for a right wobbly. YouTube was saying it's not getting the correct amount of data through. You're going to be experiencing buffeting. I tried some fixes at the start of the stream, but it didn't work, and then I just went, you know what, I'll reset the whole of Streamlabs, which meant I had to end the old stream. I quickly rescheduled a brand new stream with the same settings, and then we're here now. It's all working a-okay, it would seem, as well, and the latency should be good. There should only be a 5 or 6 second delay or so. Now, I did have a donation coming right at the start there. Thank you very much, Thomas Nebraga. Hadn't even started the stream yet. Thanks for the £5. He says, let's see if it works again. Reset the battery and turn on the GPU. Looking forward to the stream when the thing eventually works. We're here now, Thomas Nebraga, all working completely well, but thank you very much for your donation there as well. Who do we have here anyway? We've got lots of members. Away 345. Any chance of some short takeoff landing barn storing? If we find any barns open on the way, we can certainly go through that here. Eagle Motion can't decide where to fly on VATSIM. Eagle Motion, your world is your oyster. You can go fly wherever you like in desktop simulators. That's the beauty of them here. Hope you like that intro song as well. I think it's called Westlake by Sabe. It was on the royalty-free music list as well. I hope it is anyway. Otherwise it's going to get a strike, but it sounds so cool. Anyway, I thought I really like the start of that anyway. So here we are. We're in Washington State in North America. I have to say a massive thank you to Orbex who provide all the scenery for me free of charge. You can find the scenery here. For the link for that's in the video description below as well. The little airfield we're at is called Darrington. And, I mean, just look at the scenery around here. Absolutely spectacular. And this is completely live time and live weather. Now, just a word of caution. When we get going here, I might have to turn live weather off because you can see there's quite a lot of clouds in the valley. And we can't really risk flying IMC in these sort of conditions with a lot of mountainous terrain here. But, yeah, we're going to be doing 2 flights today. A nice little VFR jolly in the XCub by, I think it's called... Well, it's in the default Microsoft Flight Simulator aircraft anyway, but it's a real aircraft by a company, I think, called Cub Crafters. But it's like a Piper Cub, which has been basically thrown into the 21st century, ultra modern, and really cool. First time we've flown a tail dragon properly here. Here she is, look, all ready to go. And we're going to be flying on this beautiful Washington State, just north of Seattle. Flying quite close to where we've actually recently streamed in Microsoft Flight Simulator anyway, onwards to Vancouver. Now that flight should take about 50 minutes or so, and then when we land there we're going to switch over to XPlane11. We're going to be taking part in the Cross the Rockies Eastbound event on VATSIM with VATCAN. Now we are running a little bit late now, 15 minutes or so, but hopefully we'll be ready to go smack bang in the middle of that group event, so it's going to be really enjoyable, nice couple of sections to do on this flying here. Right, anyway, let's jump into the XCub here. There we are, completely cold dark. I've not touched anything here. I hope you can hear the music in the background. If it's too loud, let me know. Travelino, Blog Aviation, Ion Multiplayer. I'm not today. I was going to do the members anyway, invite them on, because I know those guys wouldn't have flown towards me in an Airbus or a 747, but I was having issues. I couldn't connect to any of the servers, so I couldn't even get anyone here, so we're actually having to run our own here. Right, anyway, we're all jumped into the cockpit here. Let's do the little X checklist here. Not X checklist, the Microsoft default checklist. Just a couple of basic steps, unfortunately, but it says parking brake is set. It's the most awkward position ever, so... I think that's set. It's the only way to get to it is by pushing that button. Yeah, I think that's set, because it's pulling the lever towards us. Fuel
50,
tank, select fullest
40,
tank. I'm just going to stick
30,
it to left,
20,
or, well,
10.
stick on left, and we're going to have to, like the Piper Warrior, you have to switch between the two to make sure that the wing tank's balanced. Thank you very much, Hope Smith, for the $2. Enjoy flying on my part of the world. Thank you very much, Hope Smith. Yeah, it's going to look spectacular when we cross the border into Canada and Washington State. And of course, the flight. I have all the Ortho 4XP for XPlane 11 installed there. Oh, he's having a good look at that aircraft there. Yeah, he's stroking. He's stroking the engine cowling. My days. So fuel selector. We've got half a tank. Look, we've got 15 US gallons either side here. So 15 US gallons. That's fine for our flight. Starting engine. So battery switch will turn on. There we are. Mixture to fully rich. There we go. Ignition switches on. Where are they in this aircraft? I did do a run of this test sector yesterday. It looks absolutely fantastic. This scenery here, really nice. Ignition switches on. Alternator field. We'll pop that on. Prop speed control, max RPM. Got a variable pitch prop on this thing. Well, and also, I mean, the Piper Cub is what, 70, 80 years old, and I think this modern rendition of it looks absolutely fantastic. I actually looked on the website. It costs around $350,000 though to buy a brand new one of these. It's crazy money. A lot of optional extras as well. Open the throttle a 1/4 inch. And then start to engage. Oh, we are. Okay, the parking brake was not set, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God. Did you see that? Nothing to see here. Parking brake is now set. Yes. No, yes. There's nothing in front of the aircraft here. Lovely. So, throttle adjust to 1000 RPM. Is the sim loud enough? It sounds very quiet. Let me know if it's the case. There we are, 1000 RPM. That'll do nicely. Oil pressure check. We are in the green. Temperature's rising quite nicely. And after engine start, lights as required. Well, we should have turned the beacon on prior to engine start. Again, nothing to see here. We'll put the avionics blaster on. We'll put strobes on because we're about to take off. Nav, landing lights we don't need on at this stage. Where is the beacon light? I don't even know. Sure, your real pilot said Magic, but yeah, I'd be judging myself there. Most creative hiding spot for a lever, I know. I guess in the real aircraft, no problem whatsoever, but obviously in a desktop simulator, very awkward to release. I guess they're going for authenticity here. Right, so let's load up a very basic flight plan here. Let's just go to menu, active flight plan, add destination. We're going to go to Vancouver International. This aircraft obviously would not be usually accepted into that sort of airport. Thank you very much to Paul Richardson, who's just joined as a member. Glad you joined the content, sir. You'll get invited to our members only Discord, and enjoy your custom emojis and chat as well. Thank you very much, buddy, and I hope you're doing very well wherever you are. Right, Vancouver International. Oh no, that's my origin. No, I want to add destination. I might just have to just fly there VFR. Enter. Okay. Now how do I execute that? That's the next thing here. Alright, I think I've done this third time, lucky. Now how do I done? Okay. Alright, well I don't know actually how to route direct to flight plan. Active flight plan, Vancouver. I think it's probably because I've said go from Vancouver to Vancouver. Origin 1S2. I should have just basically said, you know, you could. I know you can. Hold on, 1. There we go. Sierra 2. Darrington, enter. So origin 1 Sierra Tango. Add destination. Vancouver Charlie. Yankee Echo Golf. Enter. Ah, look at that! Just proved to you. What? No, that's. Oops, that's Edmonton. Oh, nothing to see here. Vancouver. I've got the sheet for my next flight here, and I accidentally took the wrong code there. Charlie Yankee Victor Romeo. Oh Jesus! If anyone's watching for the first time, yeah. Would you leave me in charge of 7-3? Probably not. There we go. Well, that's Edmonton, said Jeremy Lamone. Someone realised it. Right, I think we should get the show on the road here now, otherwise we're not going to make this event. Let's pop that parking brake off. There we go. Right, we're already moving. Perfect. So we're full right now, otherwise we're going to... tip his wings here. Lovely, we're fine here. Right, well the windsock looks pretty stagnant, so I think we can pretty much choose what runway we'd like to use for departure. We'll make a right turn and then take off on the westerly runway. I'm not sure what the direction is here, but we're going to fly pretty much in a straight line, low level. For a bit of realism, we'll try and keep for as long as possible on live weather, live time. Remember, the sun's just risen here. The local time here, I think, is coming up to 8 hours behind the UK, so it's just coming up to 8 AM local time. The weather's live, time's live at the moment, and we'll see how we get on with this terrain here. Probably not the best morning to go flying. Wicked. David Dupford said, "Are you a captain?" Definitely not. Oh boy, have I got a stream in store for you tomorrow as well. My goodness, keep an eye out for tomorrow, 8 PM, guys. Something rather special coming. It's going to be a heck of a laugh. Tony Brown would leave you in charge of my car. Outrageous. Right. Well, of course, we'd usually do the power checks, check the carburetor heats, check the magnetos, but we're running late today, so I'm going to go straight and get airborne here. I'm going to need the flaps up for departure as well. And we'll leave the beautiful scenery from Orbex behind in Edmonton. I've never flown a tail dragger before. Something to do with hauling cargo, methinks. No, you're well off the track here. Think early aviation. That's what you really need to think about. Like I said, it'll be like nothing you've quite seen before here. Right, so what we're going to do, guys, I've actually got a little bit of a chart here to show you. So we're here in Darrington. We're going to take off, and then we're going to head... I knew I'd taken the wrong way. I was thinking we're going to go westbound. We'll do a 180 and then we'll leave on the downwind leg. We're going to fly along this valley here, along the river towards Concrete. And then from Concrete we're going to make a bit more of a straight line towards here. I wanted to go over here and have a look at the terrain and mountains, but I just don't have time now. So we're going to keep going in this direction towards Lake Woncombe, Bellingham, Ferndale, White Rock, and then onwards to Vancouver. And there is Vancouver International Airport just here. So we'll make reference to that visually. That's the kind of only VFR chart that comes with Navigraph here. But yeah, it's going to be great fun. Have you transferred to Lama International Airlines with missing all that safety stuff? Yes, Paul, we're taking that sort of attitude today for sure. Right, get your togas in chat. We're going to go now and fly around this beautiful landscape. Right, parking brake release, full power. Let's go. Oh my days. I was a bit sensitive there, so here comes the tail. Wait till about 45 knots or so, we'll rotate. There we are, airborne. Flaps are up for departure there, yes. Did that on purpose, don't worry. And when it comes to speed to this aircraft, no idea. I'm sure if I fly it like a Cessna 150, I can't be too far off, so I'll climb at 65 knots. Oh, look at that, look at this mist in the valley, it's just absolutely sensational. Right, we're going to do a 180 soon anyway, and then head towards that low bank of cloud in the terrain. As I said, it's going to be pretty dodgy here, and then we're going to fly kind of northbound in this sector and join it that way. So climb up now, we can turn downwind. Very dangerous flying in IMC with this terrain around. Great rudder work. Is that a sarcasm? Brett. It's very sensitive in Microsoft Flight Simulator for me. I've toned it down slightly. Maybe it's a little bit more so sensitive here. There we are, so sort of flying downwind. I mean, this thing has, I think, a 150 horsepower engine. And it must weigh nothing. I mean, the Cessna 150 I learned flying, I think it had about 100 horsepower. And it would have been heavier than this. I mean, look at that, we're managing, what's that, 1,000 feet per minute? And we're climbing probably a little bit faster than our best angle to climb. Wicked. There's Darrington Municipal behind that cloud there, so see you soon. And we're going to climb visually under through this valley here, and then out towards here's Seattle down here, north of Seattle. We're still in Washington State there. Nice tail strike. Banter galore. Hope Smith, I just realised as well on my thing that you donated at the start of the stream as well. Thanks for the $2. He said, enjoy flying to my part of the world. Thank you very much, buddy. We're going to have to fly a little bit on top of the cloud here. And a VMC on top because we won't be able to see much of the terrain. We'll climb up to around 3,500–4,000 feet initially. Otherwise, weather's looking great. Incredible speed. Does the XCub have an autopilot? It does, believe it or not. And this is an actual option from XCub. You can actually have this selected. I think we've got like the fully equipped one in Microsoft Flight Simulator. But I might use it a little bit later. But I'm going to try and hand fly where possible. See how I can. See if I can still maintain altitude at least. We'll try and stay out of the clouds as well. Look at the terrain around. Absolutely beautiful. If it wasn't so cloudy, it'd look really good. So we're going to go to 3,500 feet. Let's level off here. So altitude. It's got a variable pitch propeller as well, so I'll take the power off a little bit. If we maintain around 90–100 knots. And trim nose down. There we go. Set the altitude up to 3,500. That way it'll beep at us if we leave the altitude. There we are, 3,500. And bring the RPM back slightly. What are we doing here? What's the cruise RPM? This is around 2,200. That's what it was in the Seneca. I'll put 60%. It's only got back to 2,300. That'll do. I think 100 knots is a little bit too fast, the cruise speed for this aircraft, but we'll take it. This is kind of scary for a VFR flight. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's VFR on top at the moment. You can see around it. Obviously, if you end up in IMC, you don't know what's going on, but you can stay away from the terrain visually, at least. But yeah, I don't know how it looks around this part of the world right now. I should think very similar, seeing it is live time, live weather. Right, she seems to be sitting quite nicely at 3,500 feet at around 95 knots. Good, guys. Do you have Fly Tampa Vancouver? I don't totally, not Rick, so I didn't even realise that was out for XPlane 11. If that's maybe it's only prepared. I've had to go for two default. Firstly, Vancouver, there was a pay one available, but I don't usually fly around this part of the world, so I didn't bother. And then it looks like there is some really nice scenery for Edmonton, a freeware one as well from, it's called Canada for XPlane. But I've had to uninstall it. I'm getting really poor performance from my PC with it. It was okay yesterday, but I tried it this morning, and my FPS drops from 65–70 to around 20–30 with this freeware scenery. I have no idea why. It's only around 300 megabytes, and no one had reported it in the forums about it, so I don't know if it's something unique to my setup. But yeah, I'm choosing two default airports there. Your transporter's on standby. Yes, we should be on altitude. You're quite right. I mean, this is very fancy, all this instrumentation. I never had any of this when I was doing my flight training. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's still VFR on top. It's not ideal, but it's still okay, as long as we stay out of the cloud. Oh, we've just lost quite a bit of power here. It's carburetor. Let's put a bit of carburetor. I don't know if carburetor icing is modelled, but probably lost my speed mostly because I climbed up by about 200 feet. Nothing to see here. What's the ETA, Captain M&M? We should be there 45 minutes as the crow flies. I'd say about 50. So we're just speeding up slightly. I hope you enjoy the beautiful scenery. If it wasn't so cloudy, it would look better. I need to... Can someone grab the METAR for Vancouver as well? I mean, I'll let you decide if I can quickly turn the weather off so you can see what it looks like. That's the scenery around right now. But I like the immersion that live weather gives us. The lighting effects you get scattered through the cloud is so cool in this sim as well. So Vancouver 0704, 20 statute miles, scattered at 800. Okay, so it's got quite a low cloud base, broken at 1300. So we might have to descend a little bit low as we go in, but we don't mind going low and slow. 6 degrees and 3048. So I didn't actually set the pressure setting at all. Now how on earth do I set the QNH in this aircraft? Or inches of mercury, I should say. That's all associated with the map. Now how do I set the altimeter? I'll let you, someone in chat, work that out for me. We'll just have to apply on standard pressure for now. Lean mixture, yeah, you're right, I should lean it off slightly. There we go. Should wait for peak RPM and then let it drop a bit, and then I'll put it richer slightly after the peak part of the RPM. About there. Then we'll just keep an eye on the oil temperature. It doesn't seem to be although I have got a cylinder head temperature, but that should get hotter the more fuel you mixture, because fuel has the effect of also cooling the cylinder. But I don't know what the maximum cylinder head temperature or the optimal cylinder head temperature is on this aircraft. Right, staying nicely in the valley, we're safe, we're on top of the cloud here. Nicely trimmed out at 3,500 feet. You can try the knob on the smaller panel where it says Barrow. That sets my standby. Okay, well that's something. I can't remember what the pressure was now. I'll scroll up, I can't be too far away. Vancouver Meta 3048. It's high pressure. Really high pressure. So actually 500 feet too low. I just need to work out how to set it. Lower left knob on the primary, press till Barrow has a blue box. This one. Can't press it though, unfortunately. So obviously we're flying about 500 feet too low at the moment, because we're actually at 3,000 feet. On the real thing, click it, you can try the knobs. Well, does Barrow change reset? Left of the PFD. You guys, some of you must be screaming at the PC now. Ah, it's right in front of you. Left of the PFD. I can't see anything. Lower right. This one. That's what's doing the map. It's probably staring me right in the face, isn't it? Size map. Thank you. We're going to make a left turn soon anyway to go down the valley and out of the high terrain. Staying out of trouble. Huge mountainous area around here. Train goes up to 10,000 feet. Full screen, then right knob. How hard can it be? I like your suggestion, Bergastler. Press full. Ah, full. Right. Done that. Now how do I set the... Yes, correct. Repeat that. Full top right of screen. I mean, is it on the screen? Is it like a digit? Hold on. Ah, what's this? Course Barrow. Ah. Ah, right. So you have to push this button here. You can press that. That changes the course, and now it changes the Barrow. Is that what you were trying to tell me the whole time, guys? Well, that's well, I've done it now. 3048. Can we have a sarcastic applause in the chat, please? Right. Anyway, we're now approaching the beautiful town of Concrete. Never been here. Here is Concrete. the sea here. We're now going to continue visually down here towards Bellingham along the sea here to Vancouver. That's the first time I've ever flown over concrete before. Right, now obviously we're going to be high because we changed the altimetry setting. I need to reduce a bit of power here, otherwise we'll exceed VMO. Slow claps. There's 3,500. The weather's okay. It'll be interesting to see how active sky compares to the weather here. But I mean, if it was like this right now, you can fly VFR. It's okay. And again, you can go on top of cloud in VFR, just not through it. Cruise speed is 126 knots. Are you sure, John? Because 120, we're already into the manoeuvre speed area. I mean, I can add a bit of power just to show you. And 130. 130 knots is VNE, or just below it, by the looks of it. So I don't think that. I reckon the cruise speed of this is around 90 to 100, if not slower.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you very much,
20,
Bert Fella, for the
10.
5 mate.
FD2S, your steams are always awesome, and thanks very much for the 737 tutorials.
Thank you very much, Bert Fella, for the 5. That's very kind of you, sir. Streams are always awesome, and thanks for the tutorials. You're most welcome. It's been a while since we've done any tutorials in the 737. We primarily stream these days. In fact, my last tutorial was circuit training in a Cessna 150. But I have a few things lined up tutorial-wise, which I'd like to do. It's just getting down to sitting them, and it's been a while since I've actually made any in-depth tutorials and stuff, but yeah, we'll get some more flying soon. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for subscribing, Gavin Byrne, welcome on board, and Skytrucker87. PBiz, what is the purpose of the second smaller panel? Redundancy? Yeah, that'll be most likely powered by the battery direct. I mean, on the 7.3, you know, we have a standby instruments which are powered by the bus, the battery, the backup battery. Whereas this would be powered by the battery, and this I should think is always available or in some way or some form. I have no idea. But yeah, it's essentially a standby instrument. But yeah, lovely weather. Flying nicely. Apart from the sim, I get these occasional Microsoft Flight Simulator freezes. Look, you see how it's completely frozen now? I've never had it crash from there. Well, now I've said it. But look, it's completely frozen. And then the reason is my Xbox controller's timed out. There we are. My Xbox controller just turned off, which always causes the
50,
sim to
40,
freeze there.
30, 20,
jitter.
10.
Good morning.
Thanks, Glavo. Good morning to you as well. Hope you're doing well, and hope you're enjoying your breakfast whilst we're flying around in Washington State. Shortly about to be flying into Canada. Thank you very much, buddy. Kato, how to hold the altitude while hand flying like I am here? I'm perfectly in trim now for 103, 104 knots, just making really small, tiny inputs. Once an aircraft's in trim and there's no external factors like wind or thermals, aircraft it's very easy to maintain level flight. I don't even have the autopilot on here. It's just making small inputs now, just making a slight left turn here. And those skills are transferable from the real aircraft flying like aircraft into the sim. The feel's a bit different. So I wouldn't say, you know, these are the best way to practice maintaining altitude level flight. Once you got it in trim like this, it's very easy just to make tiny little inputs. And it's all about the scan. They don't stress the instrument scan enough, obviously, during your PPL. And obviously this isn't a conventional PFD here, but all I'm looking at is primarily my attitude, looking at small trends. So you can see I've climbed 10 feet, so making a small input there. As we pitch down, the aircraft will accelerate, which will make it want to pitch up, so you can retrim for a new speed. And it's just, it's best part of 15 years experience just making those inputs to keep it all level and steady. easy once you've got it level here. And we'll soon I'm going to cut right quite close to this hill here, because we need to kind of heading off in this direction. That's how I'm going to get my map back. Or even better, why don't I tune the VOR at Vancouver? The Vancouver International Airport has a VOR station. Let's have a look at that slowly. It is... Vancouver VOR is 15.9. We should be there in 34 minutes as it is. So 15.9. Next bit of fun is how do we set VOR? I can change my course. Menu. Nav 1 frequency, there we go. 15.9. Transfer. There we are. That looks like it's active. It's pointing somewhere. And how do I... There we go, nav 1. There we go. So the RMI, the blue RMI, is pointing directly towards the Vancouver VOR. It's 56 miles away. And how do I get the course changed? No, it's not that one. There we go. Take
50,
ages.
40, 30.
Thanks for that, Andy M71. I hope you're doing
10.
well. There we are.
Lots of members flying with you. You just can't see us.
I know, Andy M71. Thank you very much for your donation there, buddy. And to my members, it's very kind. Just enjoy your membership. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. I messaged the guy, you all on Discord there. I don't know what happened to me personally. I think some other people had issues too. I logged on to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It showed no one online. I did the usual trick of signing out and signing back in again, but again it showed no one. I reset Microsoft Flight Simulator again. I couldn't even select a server. It just said automatic middle loading screen. And then I ran out of time. I had to start the stream, and then I had the issues with StreamLabs. But I know you're all there in spirit, at least, if albeit unable to see. But thank you very much, buddy, nonetheless. Right, so yeah, let's cut this corner slightly. We're going to get a little bit higher towards the terrain. I mean, this is just a very flat part of the valley, and then Seattle's obviously in this direction over there. Was it Walker Island? Walker Island? That's not too far away. Which you streamed there quite recently as well, so that's not too far either. But yeah, what I love about the sim is the way it looks as well. Burak, are we carrying a freezer? I mean, we'd struggle to get one in the back here. Alejandro Milano, what aircraft are you flying? It's a Piper XCub. In fact, what I'm going to do now, I'll put the autopilot in briefly, so you can actually have a look outside. We'll do some of the external views. So match heading, altitude set to 3,500. So if I put autopilot in, level, and heading, there we go. And this aircraft actually has an autopilot. No, it's maintaining 3,600. Well, so be it. Thank you very much to APS Fly, who's just joined as a member. Welcome on board, buddy. Glad you enjoying the content. You'll get invited to our members-only Discord, where you can take part in our monthly group flights and be able to talk to me whenever you wish, and have all the answers questioned by many of the other members where I can't answer, which is frequently most of them. But thank you very much. Enjoy your custom emojis in chat, and I hope you're doing very well. Thanks a lot. Plainly, autopilot might try to kill you. They have a habit of trying to kill people in this simulator. Right, we can make a little bit more of a right turn here. And over these hills here, we'll be soon coming over to a place called Bellingham. So let's have a little look at the map again. So there's Cedro Woolley next to us. We're going over Lake Whatcom shortly. There's Bellingham. We're pretty much following the VOR direct to Vancouver now. I'll then pretty much follow the I-5 interstate. I think this is the border here, and then onwards to Vancouver. Shadow effect's great when you're under clouds. Completely dark here. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. It's a Piper. Well, it's all Pipers, especially the Warrior, and there's always a devil for this. Unlike the Cessna, which feeds from both tanks, the Cub only feeds from one tank at a time, like the Warrior. So you need to switch look every kind of 10-15 minutes. So we'll go from left to right, and you'll see here. Look on the left. Look, we've only got about 12 gallons, whereas the right should be still around 15, which I forgot about. So you have to keep switching between the tanks to keep fuel balanced. MD Bison, thank you for another morning flight around our beautiful Pacific Northwest. You're always welcome here. Thank you very much, MD Bison. It's great fun to do these kind of split sim streams, and I saw there was a VATSIM event taking part here, which I thought was very unusual for this time of day, because I don't know if the controllers are getting up nice and early to provide ATC. I mean, what's the local time here now? It's 8:20 in the morning, and there's an ATC event starting in 40 minutes. Herman Engel, what does the scenery look like in XPlane 11? You'll see in about 45 minutes. We'll have the Ortho 4 XP installed. Looks pretty good from a high altitude. Half tempted to fly on top of the clouds again. Anyway, oh yeah, I know what I want to do. Turn my control and do some nice external views. You sound like David Beckham. Well, that's what to say to that, Mo Hyman. The Sims Frozen game is me turning on my Xbox controller again, so I could enjoy the drone camera. There we go. Oh yeah, actually, I know I have the shortcuts from. There we go. It's a smart-looking aircraft. I mean, I'd love to have one of these. Just realised to turn the music up slightly. Flight deck to Beckham. These textures down here look a little bit generic. I don't know if that's... I don't know if that looks different here, but that looks a little bit more photo like down there. I don't know about you guys in chat, but sometimes I find Microsoft Flight Simulator changes my settings automatically. Like, I always leave them high end, which it generally stays at, but sometimes I check my settings, it seems to have customised it for me personally. I didn't even realise. Smart looking, but definitely needs an alpaca livery. You've got it, Mark. And I got your message on Twitter. I think that's you from Mark on Twitter as well. It's hard for me to try and remember everyone these days. So how long have we got? Around 30 minutes, cruising along nicely here. This early morning flight. Coming up to Bellingham, which is up here. And that's the beauty of flying VFI. Just get yourself a chart, recognise the landmarks from the chart in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oops, no, that's flaps. That was strange. How come that went full power for me? No, I'm trying to just make sure my flaps are up. There we are. So you know we were talking about the autopilot. I thought it was trying to maintain 3,500. We've slowly been descending the whole time. So it shows how important monitoring it is all times. Don't ever just think the autopilot's doing it for you. Let's try level IS. So maintain 101 knots. Bring that speed back slightly to 94. That should get us back up to 3,500, I hope. Biggie Webb, turn on Bing photogrammetry and data settings. Yeah, I think I've got an issue. I don't think this is. I think something's happened here. I mean, it's just typical. I don't think this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right, everything happens before a stream. You don't change anything, but this is definitely not the photo imagery. Turn on. I might actually look at that. I know this is very unrealistic, but something's definitely amiss here. Graphics. How do you turn that on? Still on high end. Data. It is on. Photogrammetry is on. I mean, is that looking generic? I don't know. We'll soon see when we go over Bellingham. Go to data. Interesting. Was it? I think there's something up with Microsoft Flight Simulator because a lot of people were having issues at the start of the stream here. Oh, well, that's just such a problem. It's so annoying because I don't stream in Microsoft Flight Simulator often, and the day I do, because I did the practice flight yesterday, and it looked epic. But obviously today now it's yeah, Biggie Web. This is definitely Biggie Web. This is not photorealistic. This is all generic textures. Just to make sure, my settings were all save and apply, change it back. Yeah, because it's I can't believe it. Everything so far this stream's gone rubbish. Oh no, not controls. See, look. See servers, it's been doing this for me the whole time, just loading continuously. Now if I sign out, that will kick me out the thing. So for me it can't connect to a server. I think that's how why I'm having problems. Because all the settings, I've never had to change the settings. Yeah. And it did that both times. Well, that's such a shame. The one time I really wanted to fly VFR over this beautiful scenery, and I've got an issue where mine doesn't connect to the server at all for whatever reason. Gareth, your data limit is the problem. Well, it shouldn't. I have no internet limits here set, or do I have a limit set there? Hey Chibrika, you have to log off from your store account and log back on as Flight Deck to Sim. 2 tons left. May need to download the scenery prior to stream from Microsoft Flight Simulator. I have no idea. I've not changed anything. I even fired up Microsoft Flight Simulator this morning to do some practice for tomorrow's stream, and all the scenery was there, all the stuff here. The only thing was when I fired up Microsoft Flight Simulator 15 minutes before the stream started, is when I had this issue not being able to connect to the network, which is obviously still here. I'm not connected to the service at all, so you saw on that screen there. How strange. VFR, yeah, just about. Visibility, is it over 5,000 meters? Yeah, I can see there. It's only a little bit of thin cloud, I can still see the terrain around. Marginal VFR, yeah, just about. Yeah, alright, well I might repeat this flight at some point, because it is spectacular. I mean, it's just, you know, everyone knows how good it looks, but this is just... never mind. Oh dear. Yeah, Petrus, if you cannot connect to a server, it won't download anything, so I guess that's the issue. I can't get myself connected to a server. For whatever reason, I've never seen that issue before, but that's why I couldn't start a group flight. I just couldn't get anything connected. Well, we'll continue the flight anyway, trying not to look outside, and you only have 23 more minutes to endure. But when we left, I think it's from the start. The whole thing looked generic from the start. Initially it didn't, because it was such dense trees around, or so many dense trees around. But once we got out here a little bit is when I think you guys started cotton on. Yeah, that doesn't look quite right. But I completed this sector yesterday and it was stunning. Only in cloud like this, now it's kind of pushing my luck a little bit here, and I'd also be experiencing some light icing very likely, so I probably should drop it down a little bit. Let's go down to 2,000 feet. Mark Smith, have you switched fuel tank? Yeah, remember to do that. James MP, you have been having the same issue. Okay. H. Breckie, your MS store account is the solution, believe me. Okay, I'll have a look into that. A little bit better out of the cloud now. Even the water looks a bit flat. Skytucker to attitude power trim. I mean, I'm using level change, so I'm just using. Well, it's power attitude trim, isn't it? When descending. Helmi Ashari, Captain, with synthetic terrain on cockpit displays nowadays, does VFR rules change somewhat? I don't believe so, Helmet. It's been a long time since I've flown VFR anyway, but yeah, that you're still responsible for all of the. I mean, this just lowers your workload considerably, but you're still bound by the same laws and rules. So you have to fly outside of cloud unless you're you're rated or have your IMC rating. I learned to fly at 60s, 70s, 150. I didn't have any glass cockpit. My IR did have GPS, but we weren't allowed to use it. So I had just the conventional instrumentation on the Seneca 2. Ralph Bottle, what runway 26 left? I think the runway in use right now in Vancouver will be the easterly runways with the wind. Well, it's calm anyway, so what I'm going to do is join right hand downwind for runway 08 right. Ian Hughes, I've had the same issue this afternoon. It's a server issue and nothing to do with your PC. I'm pretty confident it's nothing to do, nothing wrong on my side. This thing is though, the issues you have only ever happen just before you start streaming. The issue I had with Streamlabs, never seen it before, worked fine last stream. I've not touched any settings, it didn't work. Obviously issues with the server today, I can't connect, just only ever seen it whilst I'm streaming. Never happens when I'm practicing. NJ Transit 4600 Productions, that is a mouthful. He says, hello, I love the Boeing 737. Well, stay tuned, we'll be switching over to XPlane 11 and firing up for our flight from Vancouver to Edmonton on the VATCAN's across the Rockies Eastbound VATSIM event. Well, so much that I'm kind of avoiding the external views because it looks so generic. I'm just going to do some kind of really cool views over Bellingham, which we've just passed, but it's looking very plain. My days, what on earth is that? How did you manage that? I'm filling up my chat with pictures. We're also flying in a non-release version of the ZIBO mod. ZIBO's done it again just before I start streaming. He's passed me an updated version going, here you go. I always like to try and at least test it before. But he's resolved or at least catered for the fact, if any of you that watched my last stream and saw, we discovered that in XPlane 11, if the runway is registered as contaminated when wet, sorry, let me start again. If the runway is registered as wet in XPlane 11, it acts as if it's contaminated. So ZIBO's actually catered for that. So when the runway is that setting, you still have good braking effectiveness. So essentially, he's given me that version. Faze, how long until you fly the real stuff? Yes, Classia, I'm going to have to just type it out because that's extremely annoying. How long until you fly the real stuff? Faze, I'm not flying again for until December, middle of December. I'm on furlough again. Hardly any real-world flights going at the moment. And they're trying to split all the hours up so everyone's kind of flying a little bit. But yeah, averaging 2 flights a month. I flew 6 days ago, and I've still got another 3 weeks until I next go flying. Canary butter and go around negative. Jeremy Lemro, did you adjust your latency for this stream? I did. We should be on low latency now. Nora Lincoln, have you heard of SWVA Operations? He's a streamer and a Southwest Airlines captain, also former NTSB investigator. I haven't, no. Tim Waters, to be honest, would have killed for that Flight Sim 98. Yeah, true. But we know how good it can look, to be fair, in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Jonathan Wiltshire, fuel tank check time 15 minutes since last. Let's have a look here. So 12 gallons in the left and around 14 in the right. I can't remember which tank we actually slated now. We'll keep it on the right tank, look, still. We still have a little bit more on the right tank. I was a little bit late changing it. Callum Hollow, will I be able to join you on your VATSIM flight very shortly? Absolutely, Callum. All I ask is if anyone does join me on VATSIM flights, you know, just fly the VATSIM network. What really infuriates me is when people shout out and say hello, fly sim. No need for that sort of stuff. Just use the network as it should be. Enjoy the experience. Frederick, have you got the altitude necessary to glide to land from the midpoint of this stretch of water? No. At the midpoint here, if we were to have an engine failure, we would be very unlikely to make it. Like a slight right turn now, anyway. Much easier with the autopilot on. Cheating in a way. Brett, I did that as well. I had a look at their website. Yeah, if you fully configure one of these with all the fancy pants bits, yeah, it's only $400,000. I mean, it's quite a amount of optional extras you can have with this. It's incredible. You have this full avionics suite, autopilot, all sorts of extra stuff. Yeah, it's quite good fun when you configure stuff like that, cars and planes. At 777, how many nautical miles until landing? 25. As the crow flies direct to Vancouver. We'll do a short downwind leg, base leg to land on the reciprocal runway. So probably at 27 miles, 14 minutes, I'd say around 15, 16 minutes to landing. Faze, when does the next part start? So what I will do is after we've landed in Vancouver, I'll taxi on stand, shut the aircraft down. It'll then take me at least 10 minutes to get it all set up, plus I'll take a quick break, so it'll be 10 to 15 minutes after we've landed in Vancouver. So plus this flight time. We should be kicking off cold and dark in Vancouver in around 25-30 minutes from now. Hinton Howell, you watched the whole stream when you flew over the Atlantic. I mean, that's exactly what we were doing this time last week. We would have been coming into approach now exactly 1 week ago in Dublin, when we did a minus, what was it, minus 15 butter? Wicked. Well, again, I am very sorry that we don't have this beautiful scenery to see here, but as I've said, a little teaser for tomorrow, we are going to be back in Microsoft Flight Simulator, flying something quite incredible. We're going to be replicating 2 world record flights in quite an interesting aircraft. And we've got giveaways and quizzes as well, so make sure you stay tuned, 8 PM tomorrow. Kator, thanks for the car face. Marcy says, do a short takeoff and landing, was that, or briefing? My goodness. Well, Vancouver's not exactly the sort of airport we need to worry about doing, completing a short landing, but we'll see how slow we can get it. I'll go full flaps for you. Thanks for the face mask anyway. If money was limited, what plane would you buy for yourself? Well, obviously people don't have a fleet of aircraft. One of my favourite general aviation aircraft was a Rockwell Commander, which actually my stepdad used to have a PPL, and he used to part own one of those. And I used to be quite scared of flying when this is when I was a young child, though, 4-7. He gave his PPL well before I was 10 years old. And I remember going up at this thing, I was petrified. It was a really cool looking aircraft. I'd love to own a Rockwell Commander. Conara, does anyone know when the MAX will fly again? I think pretty soon. I mean, obviously both passed its regulatory requirements in the FAA and EASA, so it's very likely to be in the next month. Google's Rockwell Commander. It's quite an old aircraft now. I don't know if they still make them. Hold on. There's a runway there. As tempting as it is, I need to crack on to Vancouver. I remember seeing that on the test run, but because we're running a little bit late, and that event starts in 15 minutes. Andy M71, have your parents been on one of your flights? My mum and stepdad, no, neither have. My mum refuses to. Really? She doesn't want to. No idea why, no idea why. Tailwheel touch and go. MagFP, do you have your own private aircraft? I wish. No, I have completely given up recreational flying, and there's no way I could afford to get a light aircraft. It costs me in the UK. GA is so extortionate. You know, to purchase your own aircraft. I mean, look at this thing. It's brand new, but it's what is it, $300 something thousand dollars, was it, or $350,000-$400,000 someone found fully stocked up. I'm not sure. Water's looking a bit bland in the sim as well. It was completely flat. I guess that's to do with the server issue. Dave Hagen, before the MAX was grounded last year, I was planning to book a flight with Team Netherlands so I could fly with the MAX, but then the aircraft got grounded. I guess to Netherlands. Yeah, but who else had one in Europe already flying prior to it being grounded? I'm not sure. I know TUI Belgium were flying, I think. Callum, have you any clue of estimated time of departure from Vancouver? Well, what's the time now? It's 16:46 Zulu. Loading into the sim 25 minutes. So that will take us to 10 past. Ideally by 5:30 UK time, 5:45 UK time. Of course, Norwegian I think had them. Yeah. Wrong Way 2000, the one when I did my PPL, it was £60 an hour. I used to gripe them at effectively £1 a minute. Well, at my flight club, we had a scheme when I was doing my hour building, this was back in 2008, where you could make a bulk payment or pay a kind of lump sum, and you'd have the aircraft at a reduced hourly rate, and I paid £60 an hour for the 150. I mean, it was a very basic 150. They had a 172 as well, which was £85 an hour. But it was, oh no, it was £105 an hour, I think. But you know, I used to take 3 friends and they'd each chip in a bit, so yeah, it was all good. Perfect. Steve, mate, evening boss, better late than not at all. Good evening to you, Steve. I hope you and Mrs. May are very well as we trickle our way over to Vancouver with the... I mean, I'm so gutted, honestly. I'm having issues with the thing. But I mean, just to show you again, guys, if you just tuned in, I'll pause the stream very briefly. Look, I just cannot log into the servers. It just says automatic spinning, which means I can't access any of the photo scenery. It's just not loading in. Which is a shame. Canary, does Outback Airways have some special offerings during the holidays? What promotions do we run at the moment? Not many during Christmas. We utilise the fact that everyone's travelling, so we don't give out promotions. £105 an hour. I'd be lucky if I got a 60-minute lesson for less than £150 now. I know, Phil. I mean, that was a wet fee, and that was without an instructor. So yeah, the hourly rate during your PPL was more than that. That was just the aircraft, but still, yeah, much cheaper than it was. Well, anyway, there is a little small airfield here. Not sure what it's called. But, flying over that. Make our way to Vancouver International, which is just here. Very cool. That's at least something that I've learnt now. If I stream, I can see that the service is automatic. I know I'm going to have issues with the train, and I think someone suggested in chat if you log out of your Microsoft account and then back in again, it seems to fix that server issue that we seem to be experiencing. Joe Drage, yeah, I think Mariana mentioned your flying lessons. Yeah, that's ridiculous. £170 an hour. Ouch. Star says to be flying to meet the aircraft. I think, yeah, that's what we're kind of doing in this kind of split sim stream. We're flying, commuting, as it were, to Vancouver for the flight in the 737. Good thing you're offline. Vancouver 80 states no visual approaches allowed. Thanks to tons of love. I don't think they'd really appreciate any GA aircraft going into that airport. I mean, a lot of US airports, they accept GA aircraft anyway. On the large major international ones. Yeah, if I had this issue with the service today, I'd be doing a lot more external views for you guys. It's just crashing again. Look, I mean, a lot of these stutters. It does this sometimes. Controller's still on, so I don't know what's caused this one. There we go. Is there an external view from behind the plane? There is. Said I've been avoiding it today. It'll look better in the ortho, to be honest. Wrong way, my instructor at the time said he worked for virtually free so he could get hours to build for his CPL. A lot of people did wrong way 2001. Just to get those hours up. Right, well, what I'm going to do, guys, just to save a little bit of time, because we are running late for the event, we're going to land straight on runway 26 left. There's hardly any wind here anyway, so it makes very little difference. So what I'll do, on that note, I'll disconnect everything. And I think Kate or someone requested. No, someone purchased a merchandise and requested a short takeoff and landing. So your wish is my command. There's the autopilot off. Oh, up we go. Max RPM, we'll put the mixture in as well. No idea about the speeds for this aircraft either. We'll do our bump fitch checks at least. Brakes are not locked, undercarriage is fixed, mixture's fully rich. Fuel, I think we should be pretty much balanced now. So we've got 12 and 12, so we'll leave it on the right tank for now. Instruments are set, pressure's set as well, carb heat. There we are. Check if there's any carburetor icing in descent. 8080, yeah, Flight Sim 2020 of XPlane graphics. I mean, it's the default kind of series, to be fair. Yeah, such a pain. But as I said, tomorrow we'll be jumping back into Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I'll make sure prior to that everything's all working hunky-dory. Landing lights, they should be on, I suppose. There you go. So anyone's taking off at the reciprocal runway, they can see us coming. Look at that, top of descent in chat, and then we're literally now on a 3-mile final. It's about 3 miles or so. Oh, shows you how much I know. We're actually landing on... Oh my gosh. Are you real pilots in chat? This is not 26 left, it's runway 31. I am absolutely losing the plot today. Thanks, Tim Skipper Cruel, for pointing out my fatal flaw, which I thankfully just about spotted. But with the wind as it is, light and variable pretty much. You can see here that I've got, oh, I can't remember, they usually have a little wind vector on here somewhere, but it's not working. Right, let's start slowing down, selecting some flaps. Still, I think it's adequate enough runway here. So take 1 notch of flaps. Let's go full flaps here. Now, what is the final approach speed in this Featherlight aircraft? Surely this will do 45-50 knots, no problem. Full flaps now. Cut the power now to get the speed back. I don't know, it seems to be lacking a bit of drag, I think. I mean, look at, I've got idle power, and look at the way it's decelerating. I swear that would be slower, much quicker losing that speed. Look at that. I noticed that on a stream, a couple of Microsoft Flight Simulator streams ago. We were in the King Air, we went idle power during the flare, and the aircraft just would not slow down. Here goes runway 31. Let's see if we can vacate at least runway on the runway 26 left to backtrack. See how long we can fly for. Oh, I think that was pretty good. Well, landed on. I know you meant to land on the main gear first, not all 3. There we are. Okay, yeah, you can stop this thing, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vancouver, major international airport, like with all sorts of issues. Just landing here and no clearance. Anyway, we'll vacate here. Flaps are up. We made it. Shocking with the scenery issues, though. So annoyed about that, but what can you do? Home for tea and medals. He got his Sky Trucker. Right, let's go plonk this aircraft over there. It's very quiet around here. There we are. Little J aircraft lands on wrong way, uses other always taxiway, seems right. I know. Yeah, I'm really disappointed with how this part of the stream's gone. I've really not shown you what Microsoft Flight Simulator is all about, not having the Siri, but it's outside my control, so never mind. Let's imagine all the bad luck's out of the way, the stream delay, the issues with the sim, and we have a flawless sector in Microsoft XPlane 11 in the ZIBO mod. Right, I wonder if the air bridge will connect. Let's call it a day. Right, let's set the parking brake. There we are. The most annoying parking brake ever. There we are, parking brake is set. Right. 1000 RPM. Let's turn all this all off. Now, I don't even know where the beacon light was, remember? Let's go to idle. Add mixture to it. Idle cuts off. There we are. Well, I like that the when you cut the engine, look, the manifold pressure reads the pressure outside the aircraft. That's pretty cool. Well, there we go. Sort of successful flight. We made it at least. I hope you at least saw the Orbex scenery, which looked quite good. But yeah, I'll try and get down to why the server issue was going there. Interesting to know in chat as well if anyone else has had those issues. I've never seen that issue with Microsoft Flight Simulator not being able to connect to the server. You can see, look, it's still just automatic, and that's the issue, just not being able to connect at all. Alright guys, well I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break, spending the time setting it all up in XPlane 11, and we'll be all ready to go from Vancouver to Edmonton for the VATSIM event across the Rockies to Edmonton. I'll see you guys all shortly. Right, guys. Finally, thank you very much for your patience. Got it all up and running. How long did that take? 15 minutes. I didn't even have time for a break, but I want to get the show on the road here because the VATSIM event started 13 minutes ago. We're running about 20 minutes behind schedule, but thank you all very much for your patience. Here we are, well, where we were swearing Microsoft Flight Simulator in Vancouver International Airport. It is a default Siri, but like with many of the XPlane 11 airports, on default they have all the parking stands and taxiway aprons there. Weather looks pretty much like it was in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if not a little bit mistier and a little bit more representative of the meta here, but yeah, here it is, Ortho 4XP for the entire sector, and we'll now zoom on into our aircraft. One thing to note, it is extremely busy here. There are so many aircraft, I think, participating in this event. Air Canada, Alpaca Airways, Huh? I haven't just noticed that. There's an Alpaca Airways on top of another Alpaca Airways, or WestJet by the looks of it, through a gate. We've got an entire fleet of Alpaca Airways over here, Flight Data Sim aircraft. Fantastic. Look how busy it is. Aircraft spawning on top of each other. I hope that's not my stand. Thankfully not. I don't even know where I parked. Everywhere. Alpaca Airways. I think this is us here. Here we are. This is our aircraft. Fortunately, the airbridge isn't quite connected, but we'll get the show on the road ASAP. It's going to be extremely busy on the network, I fear, but that's what makes it quite enjoyable, at least. Anyway, but thank you all very much for your patience there whilst we got it all refreshed. Cool, right, anyway, I won't do the full flyby. Let's jump into the ZIBO mod. So this version, 344.11b, I don't think it's public yet. It's just a few subtle changes and fixes compared to the latest public version, mostly associated with the issues we were having last stream, but as I said, very small, minor issues have been rectified. Nothing wrong with the current public version. GPU's connected now, so batteries on. GPU's on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps can pop on now as well. Landing gear lever is down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights, and then we check all the aircraft documentation. Fault fire test coming up. That one. APU detector in op, overheat detector. Here comes the fire test. There we go. All looking good. Emergency exit lights armed. Let's have a look at this flight plan, which I've just updated and printed straight from SimBrief. Here's our flight then, going from Vancouver to Edmonton with the Alpaca 48 Echo Delta 370. Nice flight time, an hour and 12 minutes or so. And we're going to need 6.2 tonnes. Now, based on the amount of aircraft I could see planning to take part in this event, let's take an extra 30 minutes, the usual. So that's going to be 7.4 tonnes of fuel. So we'll request that now. Fuel, payload, 7.4. Our alternate stay is Calgary. And 165 passengers. We've checked in bags, carry-on baggage only. So passengers, that should give us a zero fuel weight of 57.5. 57.5, so that's all looking good. And we'll start the leg, and we'll also uplift the fuel. There we go, fuel's being uplifted as we speak. Look at this, apron is super busy here, super busy. Carry on with the rest of the flow then. Let's test the 10 button. Flaps are up, and that matches the flap up indicator position. Put that to VHF1. Manual extensions closed. Circuit breakers are in. Emergency escape ropes attached to the aircraft. Stall warning test and the airspeed warning test. Need to wait a little bit longer for the stall warning test. That's the flight recorder. And pop that on as well. Nav. Alignment's going to take 8 minutes at this latitude. Circuit breakers are in, and we've. Interesting. I think that's to do with the fact that ZIBO changed the CG position so you can hear external sounds when you're a little bit higher up in the seat there, but that would explain that. Perfect. Paul F, you just landed at Vancouver. Strange my 26 left was heading in a different direction to yours. Very funny. Yes, my 3-1 and 26 left got a little muddled up there. Perfect. Quarantine. Yes, you heard the quarantine scripts folder during the boot up there, of course. Right, let's see if we've got any 80s here. We do. 124.6. I'm gonna have to get a new mouse soon. Oh my god, my mouse. I don't think everything's going wrong today. I can't move my mouse. It keeps going down. I'm just taking the batteries in and out, guys. Hold on, because it's not. It's not moving up properly. Unbelievable. Let's just give them a little whirl. told you, it's either everything goes wrong in one stream, or nothing goes wrong. It's always the same. Right, that seems to have fixed it. Unbelievable. Right, what was that ATIS frequency? 124.6. Oh dear, oh dear. I think, what's Mariana laughing at my mouse issues for? Is there any ATIS coming through?
ILS,
There we go.
area navigation, runway 8 left, 8 right, simultaneous, parallel, ILS approaches in use, departures runway 8 right, visual approach is not authorized,
Roger.
runway 13 available as taxiway south of Victor, MLAT in use, squawk mode, see on no taxiways and runways,
Understood.
advise on initial contact, you have information Bravo.
So 8 right for departure.
Vancouver International Information Bravo weather at 1700 Zulu. 1040 at 5. Visibility 20. Ceiling 1400 broken. 2100 broken. 4400 broken. Temperature 6. Dew point 6. Altimeter 3050.
So high pressure.
IFR approach is ILS. Area navigation. Runway 8 left, 8 right.
I think we heard all that. So runway 8 right for departure. Nice morning, bit chilly. 6 degrees, 040 and the pressure setting 3050. Not as chilly as Edmonton. I think it was minus 10. Oops, it's minus 10 when I last checked there. So you'll definitely need to have packed your coats. Yeah, very high pressure here though. What's 3050? 1033, very high. Let's set an MFRA of 1020. Baroness says his mouse, I did say it was dodgy when I was playing Among Us, but everyone called me suspect. It was dodgy there. It's been playing up recently as well. Everything's been playing up. That's set, pressure's set. Up on Darrington Airport at this stage, and now is a good time to load up the FMC. So like the US airports, nice simple departures. I think our flight plan just has us direct to Verdi, but all the SIDs out of here just basically radar vectored SIDs. So I'll put in here the FMC, pos in it, Vancouver, which is Charlie Yankee, Victor Romeo. GPS left, route, and we're going to CYEG, which is Edmonton. First time ever going there in a simulator. We are the Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Departure then, 8 right. SID wise, anyone's guess, but they're all pretty much, you know, there's no, I can select the SID and it's all going to be a heading for departure. So what I'm just going to, I'm going to attempt to get the clearance now.
Sending service now.
No, don't. Stop doing things I don't ask you to do. Let's try delivery. There are 2 delivery frequencies. We've got a 11865 and a 121.4. Let's try the top one. I've updated the flight plan. We're due off at 45. So we've still got 25 minutes. Very quiet on that frequency. One to one. It does say actually on the chart 121.4. There's 2 frequencies here. I reckon it could be the other one because the one on the chart says 121.4. Let's go with that. Also very quiet. Let's try it. Vancouver delivery. Good day. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Information Bravo 3050. Looking for clearance to Edmonton. Great. Well, it's tuned 121.4 and it's very quiet. The other frequency was 118.65. So I'm not sure why that is working. Alright, someone says expect Yankee Victor Romeo 1 departure. Vancouver 1 departure. Okay, not sure why clearance isn't working, but we'll get back to that. But thanks for the heads up on that one. So that's just going to be a vector, but it's eventually going to take us to Verdi. So what I'm going to do is just route direct to Verdi after departure, and we'll check what the chart says. From Verdi, Quebec 949. Now, why is that not going in? Quebec 949, not taking it to Esqui. So what have I missed out between Verdi and Esqui, I wonder? All of this. Ah, interesting. The flight plan has us going to Esqui, but the SID there's a SID called the Esqui 2, I think. Alright, that's the arrival. No, that's the arrival already. No. Oh, how strange. Sorry. Esqui's the arrival, not the SID. So Verdi, then it's just I just can't get this airway in. So what's going after Verdi? Verdi, so we've got to put in Romra. That's the only point between the two. Look, is Romra then Esqui. So if I do that there, that's the same as the airway. Essentially, I have no idea why it's not taking that airway though. So Verdi, Quebec 949, Romra, Quebec 949, Esqui. So if I just put Verdi, Romra, then Esqui, it's the same as the airway because that's all the waypoints in between. And then direct to Esqui. No idea why it's not taking it though. And then it's an Esqui 2 we're expecting into Edmonton. What's the flight plan suggested for the runway? It doesn't matter at this stage if you're not sure what runway you're expecting. Just put in the runway from the flight plan, and then when you get closer you can expect to put in an accurate runway there. Probably not runway 20 because there's no procedural approaches available there. Oh, it's because I put oh dear, let's have a look here. Yes, 3,943 miles. That is something called input error. That might be why it didn't accept it. I told you, I'm having one of those days. Oh no. Vidri, Quebec, 949. It's a miracle. Esqui. There we go. What was I saying? Acpit. Let's go from Acpit. Esqui 2. Let's just stick in. I just want to have a quick look at the weather there. I would love to see where Verdi is. I know, Tobias. I'm quite interested now as well. It's over 3,000 miles away. that's for sure. Oh my days. Winds 280 at 6 knots in Edmonton. So I'm going to stick in runway 20. Is there a procedural approach? Instrument procedural approach. There is RNAV. So we'll just go for RNAV Yankee at this stage. Activate execute. I'll tidy it up later. Well, we can actually find out what the runway is in use here. I just put something in off the flight plan. That's at this stage is fine as well. You've got plenty of time to fix it anyway. So that looks roughly okay. I'm just going to go from Lidor direct to Ongle. Get rid of the vector. There we go. And then we can tie that up later when we find out what the actual runway is used. An awful lot of Are You Real pilot emojis used today. And now 15% has gone for Are You Real waypoints. Yes. I think you deleted the Quebec 949 in the route when you moved Esqui, says autopilot. I think we're okay now. Direct Verdi. You're right. My goodness, but I already inputted the airway. Verdi, Quebec 949. No, the mod's screwing this up now. Quebec 949 to Esqui. What in the world? Right, I'm just going to leave it. The reason being, I know that from Verdi, it's going to go to Romra, then Esqui. Why? Where's it gone? I already put it in. The mod doesn't work correctly when you put a new waypoint. What it should do is enter the waypoint and then move it all down. in the mod that it can't deal with that. So what I should be able to do is after stop saying Vidri, otherwise I'm going to put it in correctly. After Vidri, you see if I put the airway in, it should now push it all down with a discontinuity, and then I have Romra, and then direct to Akpit, but I actually want direct to Eski. Or is Akpit the beginning of the arrival there? I think that's okay. I can't believe this. This is like the shortest route ever, but I probably could have filled in 20 legs pages by now. It's been infuriating. I tested this earlier. It was just a typo. No, still. I'm just going to route direct to Victory. Right, that's fine. Vidri is the first waypoint after departure. Romra, Eski. What? Now I've lost Eski. This is so frustrating. Where's Eski gone? It's missed out Eski. The thing is, when it comes to modifying routes in the ZIBO mod, it doesn't always work as you wish it to. So after Romra, Eski, thank you, and then after Eski, direct to Akpit. Oh my days. Execute. I'm not touching that again, and it might have completely broken the route page now. Right, direct Verdi. I've made a right dog's dinner of this. Really, I have. I've only been filling in FMCs for 10 years, and I've never had issues like that. But to be fair, the mod, as I said, if you make a mistake and then try and fix it or review it, it doesn't work correctly. Anyway, that's my poor excuse, at least. Direct Verdi, Quebec 949 Romra. No, see, it doesn't work. It's the mod. You can't have it both ways, look. You can't have it. Now it's saying again, like it did, look, Vidri, Quebec 949 Romra, but it says Quebec 949 Eski. It's just nothing you can do about that. It's either a bug in the mod. I didn't have that on testing, but so long as the legs page matches, which I'm now checking for the 27th time, we'll leave it. Otherwise, we're never going to get there. Vidri, Romra, Eski. Vidri, Romra, Eski, Akpit, Mesdi, Akpit, Mesdi. I'm not touching it. So every time I change the legs page, it's then changing it on the route page, and then vice versa. If I change it on the route page, it's changing on the legs page. So at least I could put part of the blame on that. Oh my goodness me. Right. Zero fuel weight. Reserves. This is why I like flying in Europe. Because I know how it all works at least. 2.6. 30 with a cost index. Cruise level 370. Yeah, FMC is sus. I don't know. Because what happened was I was changing one of the features of the route page, which was changing it on the legs page. So when I went to change it on the legs page, it incorrectly changed it on the route page. So, and that was all because I made that one mistake, I think, putting the initial waypoint entry. I've never had any issues like that in the real aircraft either. Top climb wind is 304 at 65. Top climb ice is -6. And oh, I know what I forgot to set. It's the elevation in Edmonton. It is 2,373 feet, so we'll stick in 2,400 here. That's stuck in. That's good. Performance. Let's go full 24k. I have no performance. Actually, no, full 22k. So no performance data. We're light enough for that with the length of the runway. Flat 5. CYEG is 6 units. 6 units coming in. Speeds 38, 39, 45. Oops. There's 6 units and set V2 here. 145 knots. And breathe. FMC is all loaded. Oh dear. Nord-amp and nav. Transfer display switch is normal auto. 4 pumps coming on. Crossfeed. Bright, dim, bright. Off, on, closed. Let's get the AP running. Also, because it's 6 degrees outside, it'll be cold. Turn the panel lighting slightly. Seatbelt signs coming on. Test the attend button. Window heat's coming on. That's all set. Trim air. Back's auto. That's all set here. Let's light to steady. Right, so runway 8 right for departure. What's our stand number again? It's been so big. The stand I was planning on was not vacant, so stand 27. So we're just here, look, parked in apron 6. I'll make a note of this as well. 27. So we're going to taxi Pushback to leave out of the apron 6. Most likely onto Lima. And then right onto Hotel. Or probably all the way out on Lima. Let's have a look at the full size chart here. Yeah, 8. Right, we're going to go out via Lima, aren't we? Of course. And then to Lima for all full length via Lima. So reasonably short taxi for us. And you guys said the SID is very likely to be the Vancouver 1. Let's have a look at this one then. So Vancouver 1 SID. Safe altitude within 100 miles is 12,800. Non-jet aircraft do not exceed 165 knots, not applicable. Jet aircraft use noise abatement departure procedure 1 or 2. We'll use 2 then if we've got the choice. So for us, off 8 right, it looks like climb on runway heading 083 or as assigned by ATC. Love those sort of departures. So let's stick in 083. Put that on the course as well. Because why not? And we've got maintain 7,000 feet or as a sign. Expect radar vectors to fire to sign routing and clearance to flight level as planned 5 minutes after departure. So we'll put 7-1. Just a reminder we don't have our clearance yet. Looks like the fueling's all done. Pop on the flight directors. We're due off in 10 minutes, so time-wise we're okay. Even though it took me so long to sort out that FMC. Takeoff on the pilot flying side, legs on the pilot monitoring side, trim set, and the radio and tuning panel set as well. There we go. More evidence of llama sabotage could be. X1LE, is there an easy way to reset the FMC? In the real aircraft, no. But in the ZIBO mod, if you hold down the menu button, it completely clears it if you've made a mistake. Which is a nice feature in the sim, to be fair. But you don't have that issues of the FMC sort of, you know, there was an issue there when every time I modified the route it changed the legs incorrectly as per the flight plan, which didn't make much sense there. Right, let's see if we can... There's definitely people talking on the frequency I'm on, because I can see on XPilot RX, but for some reason I can't hear any sounds. So I know it's transmitting. It's turned up on the Windows mixer. Let's just go to the settings in XPilot here.
Westjet
There we go.
5, your file flight level is incorrect for your direction of flight. Would you like flight level 350 or 370?
I hope you guys can hear that. You should be able to.
Yeah, I see that now. Can we actually bump that down to 330?
Boss Verdi is in Japan. Slight misnavigation there if we ended up going that way.
Westjet 25, you are cleared to Edmonton. Correction, you're cleared to Calgary via the Vancouver 1 departure, flight plan route. Depart runway 8 right.
We're getting there, guys.
5164.
We are getting there.
Clear to the Calgary Airport, Vancouver 1 departure, flight plan route 8 right on the runway and 5164 on the Spock. Westjet 25.
Westjet 25, read back correct. Contact apron 118.65 for push.
We'll go 118.65 to push. Westjet 25.
Clearance, good day. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta on stand 27 Bravo 3050. Looking for clearance to Edmonton, please.
Sorry, that last message. That last one was still 2 aircraft parked at the same time.
Air Canada 264.
Ah, damn you, Air Canada.
Air Canada 264, Vancouver delivery, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Request IFR clearance to Edmonton with information. Bravo.
Damn him. Damn him. Peter, does the 038 automatically enter itself on the real aircraft? Nope, you have to enter it manually.
Good afternoon, Vancouver delivery. This is Alpaca 81 Tango Foxtrot. Done.
Oh dear, he burned it in there.
Information Bravo, type 7.
All these Canadians were looking forward to their lovely early morning VATSIM Canada and Edmonton have been invaded.
Alpaca 81 Tango Foxtrot, Vancouver delivery, hello. Clearance request standby.
Jonathan Wiltshire, local favouritism there, I know. Berg, Arslan, can you do a flight using conventional navigation 737 sometime in the future? It'd be interesting to see the bird being flown like the 727 or 737-200. I mean, I could do. I've always kind of stepped away from doing that because it's quite unrealistic, and I prefer to do all the old school stuff in the old school aircraft like the 200 and the 727 as well. Is that for me? Alpaca 48 Echo Delta ready to copy.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, there you are. You are cleared to Edmonton via the Vancouver 1 departure, flight plan route, depart runway 8 right, squawk 5114.
Cleared to Edmonton, Vancouver 1 departure off 8 right, squawk 5114, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, read back correct. Contact apron 118.65 for push.
118.65 for push, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Have a great day. Wicked. Thanks guys in chat on the ball there. That's why I liked having the lower latency, because it's only 5 seconds behind, so if I miss something I see it straight away. Right, batteries on, get rid of the GPU now. Well, so far so good, minus the FMC loading issue. I think we're all good here, and we've got apron control now.
Are you in the horseshoe with the terminal to the north of you, or are you on the north side of the terminal with the terminal to your south? I'm on the north side of the terminal, Alpaca 2. Okay, Alpaca 355, thanks. Pushback and startup are approved.
So that's what they've got here. They've got two clearance frequencies here. One dealing the clearances and one dealing with the pushbacks by the sound of it. Has to be a bit of an interesting push actually from this stand. I reckon a very short.
Did you say when we're ready to push? Let you
like
know, we'll
this.
push straight back at my discretion.
We'll do this.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
I will.
Yeah, Westjet 2254.
Ground to cockpit, tower's driving up.
Straight back.
So in apron 6 here, and it'll be pushed back to exit the apron in some way or form. And again, these charts in this kind of horseshoe. Again, I stress my operator's charts are so much clearer. I think they have a parking stand chart anyway. Apron 6. Yeah, this is a little bit clearer to be fair. So we're on stand 27 here. We're going to push back to get ourselves onto the apron 6 horseshoe.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo apron, good morning. What stand are you at?
Oh, my apologies, we're on stand 16.
All looking good. Why not push the holding point? I wish I could sometimes, be honest.
Okay, all doors and hatches.
Yeah, I know
are closed.
Hugo. Wish we could get that from blue charts. I mean, we use them here, so I have a copy of them in front of me. They're much better than jet. My personal opinion.
Standing by, Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo.
And apron control, good day, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta on stand 27, apron 6, standing by for push and start.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, push back with your nose facing west.
Push start approved, facing west, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Now, how did I plan that one? So I think we're okay with the direction we pushed here. I've got to be really careful with this WestJet as well.
Okay, Westjet 320, pull up on the line on Juliet Bravo up to Juliet and contact ground there 121.7. Have a good flight.
I'm Juliet Bravo to Juliet.
Oh no.
Pushback already in progress.
How do I
Please
modify it?
stop the pushback operation first.
I just want to double check it because I think I've already modified it. How do I go to that page where you can change it? I can't remember.
Alpaca 6.
Alright, well, I think I had it correct. Can you play the stream back to see if the direction was to face west? I think it was. Out off, and I just forgot to set the squawk anyway. Just testing you guys. Where were you? 5114.
Apron WestJet 25 or stand 55 ready to push with Bravo.
It looked good when it planned it. I'll go with that, Jonathan Wiltshire. Alright, if we clear push and start, packs off, anti-collision lights on, parking brake is set, transponders out off. Right, let's release the parking brake, see what happens. I think it was to face west.
Starting pushback, and you may start engine.
Go again, mouse. There we are. I think it, yeah, I think this direction is the only way to go face west, and I think we'll be clear of this guy, I hope. I didn't make it a very long push, if you remember. Right, starting engine number 2. It's a very short pushback.
Back at 6 Mike Whiskey is still on frequency.
Someone else. N2. All pressure. N1.
Minimums.
Thank you very much. Will Beauty's re-signed as a member. How does that work? I swear you're in the thing. Welcome back, Will. You were definitely there last night. Oh yeah, I forgot to set 70. Or 7,000 feet, I should say. What happened there, Will? Because it doesn't even flash up on my thing. It just re-triggered it. I don't know. Cycle out, monitoring. This is facing west.
Complete.
Yeah, southwest. It'll be fine. Right, parking brake is set. 24632 stable, starting engine 1.
Stand by.
Lots of I think here. Yeah, FS777 with the pushback. Yes, definitely.
Pack 9 Alpha Kilo.
Wasn't too sure which direction we were
Pack
facing.
9 Alpha Kilo, pass message.
Head 2.
Pack 9 Alpha
Head
Kilo
1.
reference the company 737 taxiing behind you right
Pressure.
now. Push back, start up at your discretion, face west.
Okay, give way to the aircraft taxiing behind them, push back approved to face west, Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo.
You know what? For a default airport, it's really not that bad. I mean, yes, the buildings don't match the real aircraft or something like that. It's actually quite good we didn't push back any further because we would have been in this WestJet. But he could leave, hopefully, by this apron. And maybe he has a different scenery anyway, so...
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand
Right,
signal
start to cut
allowed.
out.
Proceed
Monitoring
and
engine
have fun
number
up there.
254, ready to taxi to runway 08 right.
and 1 stable.
WestJet 2254, pull up to the line at Juliet, contact ground there 121.70, have a good flight.
Pull up to the line at Juliet and then contact ground 121.7 and thanks for your help, WestJet 2254.
See ya, WestJet. I think that's the guy just next to us. Right, there's the bypass bin. Thanks, Reginald. Let's do it before taxi flow. Finish it off. So flaps to 5. Flight controls. Full forward. Full back. And left, centre, right, centre. Here comes the rudders. Full right, centre. And full left, centre. Blank the lower DU. Push recall, and that's it. We then complete the before taxi checklist. Right, so we're sort of facing southwest, but we're sort of where he wants us to be. Most likely to go out this way, and I think to the edge of the apron he wants us then to contact ground, the next frequency for the rest of the clearance. We'll just request taxi now. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, request taxi.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, pull up to the line at Juliet, contact ground there 121.7, have a good flight.
Pull up to taxiway Juliet ground 121.7, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta.
40,
Data.
30, 20,
Give way to the
10.
WestJet 737,
Giving way to the WestJet to our right now, thanks, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Thanks a lot, Jonathan Wiltshire, for the £2. Total prize fund, total prize fund, most amusing FMC load was in 2020. Oh no, it was an absolute carnage, I know. Thank you very much anyway, Jonathan Wiltshire, for the continued support of the channel. Very, very funny. Ha ha, ha ha. Right, what was this ground frequency? 21.7, I think. Right. let's get on our way to Edmonton. Minus the FMC loading so far, no issues. So let's release parking brake config. No takeoff config warning. And we're now on our way to Edmonton.
With you, near the line.
With you. So this, as I said, Jeopardy charts are just nowhere near as clear. This one's a little bit better.
WestJet 225. I don't have a WestJet 225. Are you 2254?
I do apologise, WestJet 2254.
Change his call sign.
WestJet 2254, no worries. I was a little confused there. Runway 08 right, altimeter 3050. Current information Charlie. Taxi runway 08 right via Lima, cross runway 13. Hold short.
God, look how busy it is. The whole point.
Following the Alpaca Boeing 73.
Damn mouse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So taxi to 08 right. What was the cross runway again? I do apologise.
1331.
No worries. Cross in runway 13.
So we got to hold short of Juliet. So you can make a right and a left. Well, of course we have the crazy baggage people. But we'll check in now. Ground. Good morning. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Just leaving apron 6, holding short of Juliet taxiway.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, good morning. Runway 08 right, altimeter 3050. Current information Charlie. Taxi via Lima, cross runway 13. Hold short 08 right, following the WestJet Boeing 73.
Taxi 8 right, and we've got the pressure setting 3050, and then it's Lima cross runway 13, then to 08 right, following the WestJet Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. I think I got all that right.
And this is 516 Charlie November. We're just having some problems here.
Right, anyway, I'm happy where we're going.
516 Charlie November, no worries. Just let me know when you're ready to roll there.
Right, let's carry on. Oh, just taxi for a fuel truck. It's one of those days, guys.
Due to FSX scenery, it appears that I'm standing in a turn.
Sounds like scenery issues.
Alpaca 355, okay, no worries.
Going on to Lima. Get rid of this chart now.
Request number 1, stand by. Break, Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey, monitor tower 118.7, have a good flight. And WestJet 2254, monitor tower 118.7, have a good flight.
Monitor tower 118.7, WestJet 2254, have a good rest of your day, bye-bye.
And Grand, good day, Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo approaching Gulf.
Cool, so we confirm we've been cleared to cross runway 13, which is
Alpaca 9
ahead.
Alpha Kilo, taxi request number 2.
I'm getting a new mouse, guys. I'm having upteen issues here with the mouse. There we go. So yeah, cleared across, and then you check clear left and clear right. No one's on the approach. It's the runway we landed on in Microsoft Flight Simulator.
And Alpaca 355, sir, are you able to push back out onto the apron there?
We're getting there. We're going via Japan, Verdi, not Vedri or whatever the goddamn waypoint was called. Oh, that was a nightmare.
Alpaca 355. Alpaca 355, starting to push back out of the apron now. Okay, monitor our apron 118.65 for that there, and then let me know when you're ready for
Cool.
taxi.
So it's busy, but quite a few aircraft at the whole point. But
50,
what did you expect with an event like this? Just to be
30,
busy like this?
20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Dominic. We'll see you again for the $5. Very kind, sir.
Good afternoon, Captain. I apologise for being tardy. Lucy and wishing you a safe
Alpaca 9
flight.
Alpha
Oh.
Kilo. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Dominic, also for $5. Good afternoon to you, sir, as well.
Current
Gosh, you
information.
think tardy?
Charlie.
What do you mean by
Runway
tardy?
08
I don't
right,
know, but
taxi
thanks a lot.
Golf
And
Hotel
regards to, I guess, your partner Lucy,
Cross
and wishing
runway
us a safe
13,
flight, so
hold
thank you
short
very much,
08
buddy.
right.
Okay,
Nice to be in a different part of the world.
Altimeter 3050 information, Charlie. Runway 08 right, taxi by
There's
Golf
compass
Hotel
rings there as well for
Lima.
compass swing. That's so cool. Yeah, really impressed with some of the default
And
airports here.
Delta 48 Echo Delta, monitor tower 118.7.
Monitor Tower 1187, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Bye now. Thanks a lot, Bjorn. Evan Wallstrom, I know you've been in and around as a subscriber recently, so you've,
Alright, WestJet 25.
thanks for jumping on
Sorry
board
about
as
the
a
wait
member.
There. Runway 08 right, altimeter 3050.
Just turn him down a bit. Glad you're enjoying the content. You'll get invited to our members only Discord now. Enjoy your customer emojis in chat as well. Get ready to toga ASAP.
Runway 13, hold short
Wicked.
08 right.
Let's go to tower then, 1187. There we go. We can taxi forward slightly now as well. Wicked. So to all the members that joined today, I think we've had 4 new members. Welcome aboard. Thank you very much for the dedicated support there. To get invited to our members only Discord, what you need to do is go to Google, type in Discord, YouTube, synchronization, follow the steps there. And when it comes to syncing in Discord, make sure you do that in a web browser version of Discord, not the desktop app, not the mobile app. You need to log on to Discord on Chrome or Firefox or whatever your web browser is and do it that way, and you'll get invited in. So thank you very much, guys. Tardy is late. Is that a US term? I'll accept your tardiness, Dominic. Oh, Dominic, Lucy is my 7-year-old golden doodle. Sorry. Sorry. Oh dear. Sim737 Pilot got my socks yesterday after a long journey. Outstanding. Thanks Nathan Novak for the $5. Just saw that pop up now. I will get myself a new mouse. This mouse I've had since I bought my new PC 2.5 years ago. It is from Tesco, a well-known UK supermarket. It's called the Trust GXT 130, and it's done me well, but it is just now beginning to give up the ghost, I fear. A lot of delay and lag there, so I'll put that straight into. I hear Logitech make excellent mouses. There are other companies available, but being
50, 40, 30,
being left-handed,
20,
I need to find
10.
one that's either ambidextrous or good for left-handed people. A lot of them aren't.
For the new mouse fund.
Microsoft Jeanette wasn't too impressed. I think Microsoft Jeanette really likes this mouse already, because she did not sound happy at all. She's like, for the new mouse fund. In fact, I think because I'm a professional YouTube live streamer, I can repeat it. Just listen to
40,
how unimpressed
30,
she sounds.
20, 10.
She definitely doesn't want a new mouse. No, no.
For the new mouse fund.
Outstanding. Thanks a lot. Very, very kind of you, Nathan Novak. Logitech 9602. I've heard of that one, Gareth, but isn't that for right-handed people? I think I looked at that one before. I think there is an older Logitech one, which is a little bit more for the ambidextrous individual. I am left-handed, but I am slightly ambidextrous, so certain tasks I do with my right hand, even though I am left-handed. So very unusual.
Sorry, my fault. Once the airport is contact Vancouver Terminal 128.6, wind is 020 at 5.
It's very quiet. So 128.6.
Clear for takeoff 08 right, 128.6 for Vancouver approach, 272.
Okay. Yeah, so it's always been quite interesting. Here's an interesting statistic for you. I don't know how many people. I think, turn my stream down. I can remember doing or reading about this in New Scientist, a good magazine. I read it so much now in the UK, but they I think it says something along the lines of 5 or 10% people are left-handed in the world. But interestingly, pilots, I think it's something like 25 or 30% of pilots are left-handed. It was really funny, this article. It mentioned specifically pilots. There's many more left-handed pilots than there are, say, in other occupations or skill sets or something, which I found really, really quite fascinating. So I don't know Why that is, I know people have linked left-handed people using certain parts of their mind to certain tasks. For example, when it comes to things like music and art, I'm absolutely useless. I mean, at art, for my qualifications at school, when I turned 16, I had over my GCSE, I had to draw a shoe. I mean, you imagine what that looked like when I was 16 years old. It would be the worst shoe you've ever seen. I passed it just. But, yeah, very interesting. Are the WestJets treating the alpacas okay at the moment? It'll be quite interesting if we're if we're actually, there's more Alpaca Airways than WestJets. There's plenty of WestJets, that's for sure. But there's a few of us here. Now, someone asked in a stream quite recently, how far away would you park from an aircraft on the taxiway in front of you? About that. About that there. Yeah, nice weather, sun's rising, 6 degrees.
Minus
10 in Edmonton later. This controller's very quiet. I'm just going to turn him up slightly. I can hear my voice in the background. Ah, that'll help. Thanks, ZIBO. Crikey. My sister's left-handed and she's amazing at drawing. I'm a right-hander, can barely draw the curtains. Well, there you go, Andy. It's all, you know, it's all even Stevens, I guess. But I remember it was a long time since I read this article. And I remember reading it, thinking, "My goodness, that's really quite fascinating." Mick Q, how many hours of flight time in real time? So I think you might be referring to the fact that how long is this flight going to take? It'll take us
40, 30,
an hour,
20,
and it will be flying
10.
in live time as well.
Hi Captain, I Impulse bought the A300 using the alpaca discount that you brought to my
You're most welcome.
attention. I absolutely haven't regretted that choice. So here's a little something your way.
Oh, Reagan, you meant to
Thanks again.
You had to keep that little discount to
50,
yourself.
40,
Thank you
30,
very much, Reagan,
20,
for the £6.49. That's very kind. Yes, I am in communication with Any Builds, and they very kindly offered for my inaugural stream in the aircraft a promotion where you use the discount code Alpaca. I guess that's still present. I'm not sure. The guy said it was going to run till midnight, and then they'd run the discount for a little bit longer. But yeah, it's a fantastic aircraft, one of my favourite pay aircraft ever. The reason I like it so much is the fact it's very Boeing-y. So I really, you know, have a lot in relation to it, which makes my life so much easier. Thank you very much as well to Patrick German, who's donated as well. I think that's 5 Hungarian florins. So thank you very much for that, buddy. I hope you're doing very well in, I guess, Hungary. Mickey, how many flight hours have you got as a pilot in real life? I can tell you the exact figure. When everyone asks me that, I just open up my electronic logbook, which is right in front of me. I've flown not many hours this year. I think 2 or 3. Yeah, this year so far I've flown 207 hours. I'd usually flown 800. But right now, total flight time, excluding simulators, is 4,562 hours and 15 minutes. Time as an instructor in a Level D simulator, 1,156 hours.
Watch it 160. When
So
everyone
there you
at
go.
Vancouver Terminal 128.6, wind is 020 at 5, quick takeoff, you're right.
So we'll do the before takeoff check shortly. Hi,
November
mate.
516 Charlie, November, just so you know.
I don't know what happens to that guy's background. He's very deep smoking, but it could be for any reason. So anyway, there he goes in his 700, I think that is. He's looking very small. There he goes, like a slingshot. Oh, I've only just realised that we've got aircraft holding in the other point as well. That's not great for us.
And Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, line of white, runway 08 right.
They're getting us away though. We've had far maybe Harry, maybe. We've had far longer delays for sure on VATSIM events, so they're getting us away quite nicely. Good time now to do the before takeoff checklist anyway. So config we checked, flaps we have 5 green lights, stab trim set for departure, which is 6 units. Our takeoff briefing then, let's check the air conditioning and pressurisation. Packs are in the auto position, bleeds are on, and auto and APU bleeds off. V speeds are set for departure. They are dry, 38, 39 and 145 set. Our departures, the Vancouver one for us on 8 right is going to be climb on runway heading 083, which is our assigned heading by ATC, climbing to an altitude of 7,000 feet on the pressure setting of 7020. NADP 2 departure. Any problems will climb straight ahead to the MSA, which in that sector is actually quite high. We'll make a slight right turn southeast to go down the main river leading us out of the area, and the MSA in that sector is 3,800. I don't know if you can see that clearly on a chart. Yeah, this sector here, look, 3,800, so we'll make sure we make a right turn. Our heading of 125 will be good for us, so we'll go that way, climb to 4,000 in the event of an engine failure or any serious issue. That's it, checks are all complete. I'll set the parking brake. I've just realised something. Oh, when I released it earlier,
50,
it didn't click.
40, 30, 20.
I need to turn that
10.
volume down again. That is so loud, the alert ping. It used to be really quiet.
08 right, clear takeoff, and we'll contact 1286 when airborne, Alpaca 6 right whiskey, bye bye.
6, perfect, that's young. Adam, I think. Tim Melbourne, thanks for the £2. Shout out to Chris, who's a total plane nerd. Thank you very much, Tim Melbourne. Chris, whoever you are, I think you're amongst many others, including myself, other plane nerds as well, so thank you very much, buddy. Well, not so much to Chris, thank you, Tim, on behalf of Chris. Jonathan Wiltshire, was that Adam? I believe so.
08 right, WestJet 2254.
Andrea, 4,000 hours, you fly the plane with closed eyes? Not quite. 4,000 hours, there's still plenty much more to learn. You never stop learning. Ever, ever, ever. Right, WestJet's lining up now via Lima for 8 right. We're told to monitor the frequency, so we don't need to check in. You know what, I seldom actually, I've just realised something. I've got into the habit of using Avitab's display there instead of the actual chart on the EFB. I think it's just because it's a little bit clearer. Oh, that's Swifty, not Adam. Young Swifty. I am so sorry I mistook you for Adam. Yeah, of course. Adam would have the French twang. Right, anyway, there's parking brake going on again. David Smith, WestJet will struggle to get the airborne with the speed brakes deployed. I did notice that slight graphical issue. Sorry, Swifty, I feel bad now. Barrett, good afternoon, Flight Sim. Good afternoon to you. But looking good. Bit of a queue forming behind us. Sorry, WestJet. We've got another Alpaca Airways, WestJet, Alpaca Airways, and another Alpaca Airways. Everyone's in the 737, not an Airbus to be seen. What a beautiful sight. So, someone on approach, I think.
X-ray Romeo Charlie, Vancouver, hello. Wind is 020 at 5, clear to land, over here at left.
Can't see him yet. Keep an eye out for that. Sim 737 pilot, that's why I always do a virtual walk around in case I left my speed brake out. Very funny. I think that's just something with the CSL. Sometimes the packages show big gaps between the wing and the flaps, and speed brakes extend. It always happens.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Kid Bear, for the €2. Very kind of you. It says, looking forward to another butter. We've been on in the ZIBO mod, we've been on a bit of a butter spree, haven't we? Across the pond this time last week, a record-breaking butter. One of my members, Tobias, actually records every single one of my streams, the landing rates.
And Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, line up away from us here, right?
Line up 808 right, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, good morning. Alright, lights on, pop the taxi light off. LNAV, auto throttle, let's add a little bit of thrust, start lining up here. Weather radar, come on. Transponder to TAR. Ooh, what's that set? Yes, it is. So, confirm with Jim, we've been cleared to line up. Away AFO, we've been cleared to line up. Clear left, and there's an aircraft landing on 8 left, so it's not fine to clear right. And So the checks before takeoff. So MCP is set, transponder is TARA, strobe lights are on, and we're just waiting for our takeoff clearance. Dominic, yes, look at that, members jumping in here. Yes, use that command exclamation mark CSL, and then you could just simply put the alpaca folder where it is. It's frequently updated by one of my members, so you've got several aircraft, and all you have to use is then VCP in your client and other people, or if anyone else is using the VCP call sign, you'll then see the Alpaca Airways livery, or liveries, I should say. Right, almost ready to go. Hopefully it won't be so cloudy because we've got some stunning scenery to see over the Rockies on this nice short hour sector. We're all ready to go. Yeah, for a default airport, default scenery, not bad at all. Just waiting for that takeoff clearance. Oh. Use heading select for departure. In fact, that's completely my fault. I was hoping someone would have spotted it, but you didn't there. But yeah, if you're told to maintain heading, don't use LNAV. Leave it blank, and when you push toga, watch this, when you push toga, heading select automatically engages anyway, if you haven't selected a roll mode. LNAV, obviously, if you have LNAV engaged. If you pre-select LNAV, it only engages at 50 feet above the ground after takeoff. You'll notice that it'll stay in heading select regardless of the FMA, but LNAV engages at 50 feet, but we don't want that. We want heading select.
8 Echo Delta 10 born, correction, contact Vancouver Terminal 128.6, 1 to 020 at 5, clear for takeoff, 08 right.
Right, 08 right, good, takeoff after departure 128.6, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, see ya. Right, takeoff clearance received. Guys, you know what to do in chat?
On runway 08 right.
The standard thrust levers are to 40%.
Right.
Let's go to Edmonton.
West at 3.
Right, engines all stabilised, push toga, set takeoff thrust.
Right, traffic departing Alpaca 737.
Right, land away.
89.8. There we are, takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
80 knots.
Checked, release that forward pressure.
X-ray Romeo Charlie, 1 clear, contact ground 1217, good day.
Lovely, no wind.
Photograph 117.
There we go. Ooh, that's a bit fast. That was a rubbish rotation, really fast initially, then I stopped. We're airborne now anyway. Australian climate gears coming up. So verify the roll mode, heading select, which is what we want. There we are, bug up. I need to get, I love doing those flybys, but the problem is it means the flying goes a little bit off there. Now, I've bugged up, it should lower the flight directors, there we go, it's working fine. Be a little bit quicker. Right, there's flaps 1. Oh, crikey, and flaps up. Make sure you actually look what you're doing. I will contact departures. Vancouver, good day, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, Vancouver 1, maintain runway heading, passing 2,300 for altitude 7,000 feet.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, Vancouver departure, identified, climb 16,000.
Climb 16,000, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So 16,000 set, and we have flaps up, no lights as the lights are extinguished, push VNAV, climbing to an altitude so we won't set standard, gently lower nose to accelerate to 250 knots. So that's 3050 set, passing 3,900 for 16,000 feet, and we can now do the after takeoff checklist. Get the autopilot in now. Command 8, commands verified on the FM8. After takeoff checklist. Gear 2 up and off, auto brake off. Start switches off. Light off. Air conditioning and pressurization, diff pressures 2.0, climbing. Temperature's good. And that's all set. Release the crew. And that's it. After takeoff checklist is complete. About to go into some cloud, and it's 6 degrees, so engine anti-on is actually going back on. It's actually Ortho 4XP. Well, we won't see it now because we're in cloud, but it's probably looking a lot better than it did in Microsoft Flight Simulator with the issue we had with the server. And that's it. It's just maintain heading until assigned en route by ATC. Watch to see for the passengers. Clock. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's been a while since I forgot that. Right, just add 3 minutes to everything. That's what you got to do. I've done it in real life too.
WestJet 320 Vancouver arrival. Identify. Maintain 7,000. I maintain 7,000. WestJet 320. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Turn right. Oh man, I can't speak to the coffee still just kicking. Turn left, direct Vidri on course.
Direct Vidri, I have those problems too sometimes. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Executed.
Time for a refill.
I've engaged. Brilliant. Remember to load some fuel and shut the doors, right? I did that, and it did say using reserve fuel, which should be an issue, because we've got plenty at the moment. Right. Passing at 10,300 for altitude, 16,000 feet. Pre-cruise checks. Fuel 4 pumps on. And no fuel in the centre tank, 6.6 remaining. Lights coming off. AP's off, pressurisation is 4.0. And edge ice can come off now as well.
WestJet 2254, contact
Set,
Vancouver Center
missed passengers. Recall. There we are. Pre-cruise checks complete.
WestJet 235.
The Airbus starts the clock automatically, does it? I mean, that thing does everything automatically. Could you get into trouble if you flew a chunk of the flight and forgot to turn on the clock? Not at all, Declan Lee. It just makes your life a bit more difficult, because when you set the clock, or the elapsed time of this...
48 Echo Delta, contact Vancouver Center, 133.7, get in.
133.7 Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, bye. It just makes your life a bit more difficult, because when you're calculating all your timings for your flight, you could just easily reference your elapsed timer, which you started on takeoff, and then just work backwards from there.
I do apologize. It's 230. 230, WestJet 2354.
Centre, good morning, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, climbing to 16,000, inbound to Vidri.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, Vancouver Center, good afternoon, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta.
United
So
840,
230 set, and set standard, passing 137 for 230. Oh, I just meant for your logbook time, got you Declan Lee. No, because we just make notes of the times, which are stored on my company have an in-house app for the iPad, where we insert all the times, so your off-block airborne landing and on-block time, and at the end of a duty we get an email with all those times, and they're the ones I just copy into my logbook.
Primary 252, descend 1.
Now my electronic logbook, I update every day, but my paper logbook, I've been quite lazy. I've not actually filled in any of the flights I've done this year, so I've got about 200 hours to fill in. It's going to take me a couple of days to do that, but I'll take it to work one day to fill in. Awesome. No problem, Declan Lee. That's what this channel's all about. Any questions associated with that, I'll try and answer to the best of my ability. Wicked. So, flight time. Any delays, we should be there at 22, so just over an hour. Well, apart from a bit of the slow start with the technical issues we had, so far so good in XPlane 11. It's just my mouse. Get rid of those charts. Why is it so cloudy? I've got this fantastic scenery over the Rockies to see, which I downloaded. Airbus even makes a cup of tea when you hit the cruise.
You can reduce speed now to 70 knots.
Tim, Sandpiper Crawl flying over your house now. Super cool. So, I guess you're around here. Got Vancouver just
so
obviously
10,000,
departed,
10,000.
Abbotsford. And, there is our destination, Edmonton. Hopefully it'll clear up a bit further northeast.
Cactus 557, descend 10,000.
Turn off the sky, the Rockies are stunning. For realism, I never turn it off though, but I'm hoping it will clear up slightly. And it will really throw the aircraft around as well if I do. I have done it once. We did a stream into Paro, one of the world's most difficult approaches, and it was far too... visibility was far too poor to fly that approach, but just turn it off. You see a little bit if you squint through. And it looks like, though, it is clearing up a little bit, unless it regenerates some clouds in the sim.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, contact Vancouver Center 125.905.
At 125.905, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, bye now.
Bye-bye. Alpaca 5%, I could go 7200.
Oh, good.
Okay, specified 78, unfortunately I can't provide services into Kelowna today. You can switch over to 132 decimal 8 for the rest of your program.
Adam, does anyone know what your FPS is required to stay above to avoid the lag the VATSIM controllers can see? I think it's 20, Adam. Bare minimum 21 since 7737 pilot. So vertical speed, just a slower rate of climb down as we approach our cleared level.
Alpaca 72 Able, flight
Looking
level,
good.
Or correction, Able Mach decimal 69er for about 20 miles.
Is he slowing an Alpaca down? Some WestJet preferences going on here. Outrageous.
Okay, maintain Mach decimal 69er and I'll be about 20-25 miles for that. And I'll 72, okay, yes, just maintain Mach decimal 69er. I'll let you know when the restrictions cancel. I'll call you back on that.
Try and check in.
American 410, contact Edmonton 135.75 today. 135.75 American 410,
At Vancouver Centre, good morning, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, maintain flight level 230, direct to
40,
Vidri, request
30,
flight level 370.
10.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta,
Flight level 370, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Excellent. Stand by to that, so 370 is set, we've got once, twice, and 3 times, monitoring international distress secrecy in real life. Thank you very much, Tim, for the £2. Tim, you're going in crazy, man. Don't worry about donations. I always get to see your messages anyway in chat, so thank you very much. Hot damn, I love this sim. I know I know how much you love XPlane compared to Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's for sure. I still love this sim as well, especially for the commercial jets. And especially with the issues we had with Microsoft Flight Simulator, but you'll be disappointed to hear, Tim. I am planning on streaming just Microsoft Flight Simulator tomorrow, but with an absolute corker of a stream. It should be very enjoyable. We discussed it briefly at the start of the stream. I mentioned that we'll be attempting replicating 2 real-world flights that occurred. I mean, I'm talking over 100 years ago now, in an aircraft that's just been recently released from Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't believe the first payware aircraft I bought for Microsoft Flight Simulator is this one, but I've already spoken to the developer. He's very kindly offered me a copy for a giveaway tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to be an awful lot of fun tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned. 8 PM tomorrow. I'll publish the stream midnight tonight, or before midnight hopefully.
Back at 57 kilo, we're back.
But after we've got the Microsoft Flight Simulator stream done tomorrow, next stream, which will probably be middle next week, will very likely be XPlane, very likely be the 200. I think it's about time we hauled out the FlyJSim 200 again. Brett, is that the Wright Brothers flight? Very close. This only happened a few years after the Wright Brothers flight. But yes, it'll be challenging me to the limit. It's an aircraft with no autopilot, as you can imagine. In fact, it doesn't even have any instruments. for the members, I'll give you a clue. Look at the picture I posted in the. I think it was in the Microsoft Flight Simulator channel or the screenshots channel. I can't remember.
135.75.
I'll only let you speculate in chat. I'm not going to actually say what it is. Damn clouds! Oh look, there's a nice little bit of scenery at least. There's a bit of the Rockies. This is zoom level 16. I downloaded 17, zoom level 17 ortho for the tiles around the airports, but en route I went for 16, which looks absolutely wicked.
Center WestJet 25 or through 15 4 for 16,000. WestJet 25, Vancouver today.
Andy H, 1302, 732 is coming, please, after 1900 Zulu sub. I'm over for work. I can make it a slightly later one. We'll see. I have to kind of revolve it around a few other things, and we've got a few bits and bobs on next week. Well, I say that, we're all in lockdown in the UK, can't actually do anything to leave the house, but we've got some traders coming in to do some bits and bobs in the house.
Pushback 164, say Mach number. Mach 0.77, Pushback 164. Pushback 160, say Mach number. Mach 0.77, Pushback 160.
Cool. We're getting our way up to our cruise level.
Looks like you and your company inside range.
Rory, any chance of turning the aircraft effects volume up a bit? Absolutely. It's pretty much as high as I can set it, but I'll turn it up a little bit in the sound volume for X system. What are we at here? 8. How's that, guys? Is that too loud now, the background noise? Let me know in chat if I've turned it up too high. It's very hard for me to listen and understand how it sounds to you, because it's very different with what I hear to what you hear. Thank you very much, Mark Smith, who's just joined as a member. Welcome aboard, glad you joined the content. You will get invited to our members-only Discord as well. Is that the Mark Smith I'm talking to on Twitter? Am I getting confused? Let me double check. If it is you, welcome aboard. If it isn't you, welcome aboard regardless as well. Join your custom emojis in chat and you'll get invited to our members-only Discord as well. I think it is you, Mark, I think. Ah, very good. That's very kind of you to join as a member. And, glad you're enjoying the content. Oliver Harrison, you just buttered in CYEG, that's Edmonton, isn't it? That's our destination. Very good. Cool, sounds about right now. Yeah, I cranked it up slightly in XPlane 11. Oh my goodness me, I've just realised my bottom overlay is all completely broken. Tim, you need a shorter name on YouTube. There we go.
Y'all might pick their mics would require
I personally turned down the air conditioning and wind volumes in the EFB to hear 18 much more easily. There's so many different ways of changing the volume as well, and with the sound mixer in Windows, I have a little bit more control. So I often use those settings. But there's fantastic utility or plugin called B2 Volume's great as well for changing sounds in XPlane. For example, if I turn the exterior right down, because if it was at the normal volume, you wouldn't hear me speak. Oh look, we're finally over that stupid waypoint. Vidri, not Verdi. we'd be about 1/200th of the way to Japan had I not changed that by now. David Wenk, how well modelled is CAT in XPlane? Clear air turbulence? I don't think that's modelled at all. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. RS Turbo 50, the A350 flight deck is nothing else. It's like nothing else. Unbelievable place to be. I love it. I'll get that aircraft again soon. Get that aircraft out again soon.
Control, KLM 039, still with you.
Master, yep, it's me. I've reduced the wife's latte allowance by £5 a month to do this. Don't tell her. Outrageous, Mark. Well, I hope you enjoy the membership as well. I get positive feedback from my members, and you know, the Discord pretty much revolves all around the membership, and you know, I know a lot of people have free Discords, and I've had emails before people, why don't you have a free Discord? You imagine if I had a free Discord about people that come in, sort of immature stuff and getting on here. So that way I have people who are really interested in my work or really interested in becoming pilot only in this Discord. But I'm very active in there, I think far more active than some people argue I should be, but especially as I'm off. But I enjoy it, I really enjoy it. I always spend the time in the channels. We have channels now specifically dedicated to ATPL theory as well, so if you ask questions there. But I'm only a very small part of Discord. My partner Mariana, who's very active on there as well, she entertains all the other members by playing Among Us pretty much 24/7 at the moment, but also have other members themselves who also are fantastic and answer their questions too. 737 Cookie, he's also type rated 737 pilot, he helps answer my queries. We've got 737 engineers who help answer queries, and these guys are members too. You know, they just provide all this great information for everyone here. If I have issues with the sim, I can post it there, and 99 times out of 100 someone can fix it for me. It's great. James, Flight Deck Sim, what simulator do motion sims use at airliners? Is it some private software or something else? Great question, James Wilkins. I mean, I worked as an instructor for 2 years, and I still don't entirely know how it works, but it's not prepared, it's not XPlane 11, I can tell you that. Certainly when it comes to the flight model, the flight dynamics, there's in-house from the aircraft constructor. So Boeing would sell the flight model into the simulator. We have a CAE Sims, but there's several elements of this. There's several computers, several programs that run everything, you know, side by side. I mean, put it this way: all the I think all the circuit breaker panels work. So if you pull the circuit breaker, the respective system would also stop working. They are incredible, these machines. But yeah, that's why they cost. I mean, I don't know what a brand new level D simulator costs from CAE. I think it's upwards of 8-10 million euros. Crazy money.
Question 254, question about 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Question 254 for requesting contact.
There we are.
Pack 51 Quebec, contact Edmonton L135. That's fine.
Okay, fine. Back off.
Just turn the volume
Back at 8 November, Echo contact, Edmonton 135.75 today.
Edmonton L135.
Yeah, Alpha's looking great. Look at this, level 16. Looks fantastic. Have we left the Rockies behind? Excuse my lack of geographical knowledge of the surrounding area, but I guess that's the Rockies coming up as well. So we've got plenty more terrain to enjoy. I'll do some more external. Where's my sellotape reel? There it is. No longer in the kitchen. There we go. Zoom out slightly so you can enjoy the views. RS Turbo 50, these streams make my day. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for popping in. It's great fun, and I really enjoy spending the time, you know, on lockdown. It keeps keeping me very occupied, planning and streaming like this. It's great fun. Oliver Harrison, I got a wind shear warning on approach to Edmonton there during the ILS transition onto the ILS 30. Oh dear.
50,
I hope you did the wind shear
40,
escape maneuver.
30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Mark Jackson, again for the £2. A350 cockpit is intimidating, and I love it. Great, Mark Jackson, to hear. It is certainly a plethora of screens and software and technology, that's for sure. And I believe there is an A350 in XPlane 11, which isn't too bad, which people have asked me to fly. But yeah, great donation there. Thank you. Nicholas F, will you expect some holds? I haven't actually looked at the VATSIM map yet. Possibly not. The last stream we did, the ATC was absolutely spectacular. Some of the best I've seen. Wow, look at how many people are taking part in this event. A long No, well, I say that's the longest stream of traffic in any. I'm looking around on all of the VATSIM map here. You can definitely tell there's an event going on in this part of the world. Yeah, possibly some holding, looking at the spacing of aircraft. But I wouldn't think it'll be for too long. Remember, we took an additional 30 minutes of fuel.
1286, Mike Victor Mike 6.
AG commonly answered a question. Looks like a couple of members have come to my Sky Rescue. All I ask is you respect my privacy on that one. It's an operator based in Europe, as I've mentioned several times before. My airline is well aware of what I'm doing. They give me full permission. I'm very outgoing for those sort of things. But thanks for respecting that. Oh, don't tell anyone that. If anyone else that's used to stream, that's my partner, who again, as I always say, gives me all the time at the moment to stream. Don't you? Are you bored?
No.
Oh, okay. What have you been doing?
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Very good. That's all we can do at the moment with the lockdown. Tobias, by the way, you're on a 4-month average butter streak at the moment. Tobias, can you do me a favour on Discord? Because I'm the only one that can post links. Just ping me the link now to your table, because I'd love to show the people watching everyone the table you've made. Jason Dictor, feel like I'm in an airline commercial with the camera you're showing. Absolutely. You've got to sell Alpaca Airways at every opportune movement. I know, I put the sellotape... Yeah, I know, I'm not doing anything. The sellotape reel is holding down the right arrow key as we speak. Jonathan Wiltshire, chill Mariana is a happy Mariana. Tell me about it. How did she hear that? It's really annoying because she had a ear infection recently, both ears. She couldn't hear anything. Now she has a hearing. It's better than... Well, has really good hearing, like some sort of wolf.
50.
I don't know why it's good hearing. Help me
30,
out here, guys.
20. 10.
Thanks a lot again, Mark Jackson, £2. Very kind.
Back 9 Alpha Kilo, contact Vancouver Center.
All you have to do is comment Mark Jackson in the crew's got plenty of time. Don't feel like you have to donate every time you want to comment. Thank you very much for £2. He says it's okay. The 737 cockpit is also intimidating. Well, true, but it's like whatever you're used to, whatever you know. For example, I'm rated on the 73, so I don't find it intimidating, but I find
Back 48 Echo Delta, contact Vancouver 133.70. Good day.
133.70 Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Bye. Oh, how's the frequency we were on, wasn't it?
WestJet 2254, back with your frequency.
13 decimal. Well, he told me to well, we were talking to him previously.
Vancouver Centre, good morning again.
Try again.
Back 9 Alpha Kilo has been sent back to you. Roger, thanks.
And Centre, good morning, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, flight level 370, to Romra.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, Vancouver, roger.
Oh, tuning in from.
Good morning. WestJet 320.
Thanks, Tobias. I'll get the link for that now and I'll share it everyone. I think that'll be quite funny.
Centre, good morning. WestJet 2254, also at flight level 370 en route to Romra. WestJet 2254, Vancouver, roger.
Vancouver, good day. Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey, maintaining flight level 350.
That's young,
Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey, Vancouver Center, roger.
Oh my god, I've forgotten his name. I'm so sorry. Oh, my brain. Not Adam, I know that much. Thanks, Tobias. I'm going to post that link now. Swifty. Oh, Swifty, I'm so sorry. My brain... Honestly, when you're streaming, your capacity really gets reduced. So when it comes to recalling stuff in your short-term memory, well, not technically not short-term, long-term memory, but reasonably short learning, you forget things. So yeah, Swifty. Damn it, Alan, says Daniel F. Anyway, guys, have a quick look at this. So one of my members, Tobias, has gone to the effort of recording every single one of my landings on a live stream. You can hear my own voice there. Check this out, look. I'm posting it now. Have a look at this link. And you can see every single
West
stream
15, Vancouver, Roger,
I've
thanks.
done, every single butter at least on every single approach there. I mean, it's amazing. Tobias, what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I might actually put this on a Nightbot command. Oh my god, you can actually see how many people are watching this. An anonymous camel.
Vancouver, Roger.
That's so cool. So you can see all of the landings we've done. There's the record we did on the stream quite recently. Look, Boston to Dublin. I guess it doesn't link all the videos, but all you have to do is type in the 4-letter ICAO code. But yeah, I'm on a bit of a butter streak. My average 68 landings in the 737. My average is great landing. The Tupolev, wow, the average is minus 94. Concorde average 1 acceptable. Oh dear. Monthly statistics, yes, August, September, October, November. Not bad at all. That's so cool, Tobias. Thanks. I mean, these guys have all sorts of these crazy things they do. It's so cool. Lots of butter, I know. Yeah, Tobias. What I'll do, I'll link that to a command with Nightbot. Oh, Tobias, yeah, don't please. I might link all the videos. Don't worry about that at all. I think all that you have to do is type in the 4-letter ICAO code, flight data sim, and the stream will come up anyway. Don't worry about that. And again, I'm sure most of you, and I haven't actually pinned it recently, but what I usually do, I pin my flight. I record after every single stream. I have a routes page on Google Maps, and I record every single one of my streams, where it means if you want to play back any of my streams in the future, you can, or have a preferential route you'd like me to check out. I'll post that link now, check that out, and you can see it. That is literally every single stream I've ever done. I mean, not every single stream, so for example, if I was to stream War Thunder or something silly like that, I wouldn't put it there, but pretty much all of them there. You can see I obviously have a preferential area around Europe that's been covered, but we'll have a nice new line now in Canada. Yes, exactly, Andy H32 missed off the wasted when Mariana ticked you in London City. I'm tickled me. Yeah, I'm quite glad about that one, Andy, because that will definitely skew the statistics.
Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima, Alpha, Vancouver, on the frequency.
Awesome, 150 miles from top of descent. Looking good, guys. Oh, there's active sky clouds. Yes, they are. Ralph Bottle, are there any areas you haven't flown but would like to in the sim? I mean, yes, Australia. I have not flown in Australia once, which I think is absolutely shocking, and I have quite a few Australian subscribers, even a few Australian members. They must be extremely cross with me. Now, I think the main reason is I try and fly. I should think, certainly with XPlane 80% of my streams are based around VATSIM events, so they are events in VATSIM, and they do host VATSIM events in Australia, but the timing is always very early morning where I am, so 7-8 AM local time, so I'd have to get up quite early to do it. Now I know they do a milk run Monday, and I was actually hoping to have done this one on Monday morning. They do one at 8 AM, but the problem is we've got builders and decorators coming in here on Monday, and I didn't really want to be streaming whilst that's going on with banging in the background, but I am going to try and do one of these early morning Australian events very soon, so those guys have the opportunity to watch on live. Can you imagine now, I've got a lot of subscribers in Australia and New Zealand. It's very early morning at the moment, so they can't watch this live. Fendo, have you flown in South Africa before? We haven't, however we are hosting a members group flight there soon. I'm going to do some more public streams there whilst we're around that part of the world too. Wicked. Here comes that spectacular scenery anyway. Let's hop on outside, I think. Look at that. I think Ortho zoom level 16 up here looks absolutely fantastic.
Good afternoon, left 775 heavy, we're 15,000, channel 16,000. Atlanta 705, Vancouver Center, roger, climb level 390.
Amazing.
3, now 0 Atlanta 705.
Ewald Terveld, will you share your view config file? Absolutely, hold on. I don't have it linked to anything, but it is posted permanently in Discord. But I'll get the link for you now. That's my Discord. If any of you are looking at your PC looking for Discord, you're wondering, well, what's going on? It's mine. So let me just grab you the file for that. Now just bear in mind, I've not updated it recently, so every time ZIBO changes the CG, it can slightly... Oh no, I can't send it because it's actually uploaded to Discord. I don't actually have a drive for it, so I can't post that, unfortunately. It's not too difficult to set up though. I might put that into my Google Drive though, and link it to a command though, because that's a quite commonly asked question. It's good to have a link there. But all I have assigned is, for example, numpad 1 is captaincy, 2 is MCP,
and Alpaca 46 Vancouver.
3 is FMC, 4 is overhead panel, 5 is up overhead panel, 6 is up overhead panel, sorry, 7 is left wing, 8 is right wing, and 9 is first officer, and 0 for habitat. It's very easy to assign the views. XPlane has a fantastic default camera system.
Charlie Foxtrot Alpha Lima
I often
Alpha
do have
Vancouver.
side views, but I think with the scenery coming up, let's enjoy the Rockies.
Edmonton, I can't actually get a hold of him, but can you pick up our tag? We're just past the Napa.
Jet Fanta Game Racer, you're about to land at East Midlands, very cool. Piker, greetings from a 737 engineer, also curious how you get aircraft position on Avitab loaded charts. So all you need to do is make sure you have an active Navigraph subscription. I mean, the Avitab chart here, I don't think you need Navigraph installed, but I guess you're referring to the charts here. Where when you select the charts, you can have the aircraft link there. You just need to install Navigraph Sync here, I think, or Avitab even has a section in the tablet where if I close this, there you go, Navigraph, and then it should sync, I think, somehow. That's how it works. But great to have an engineer here. I always have a lot of respect for you guys, and I'm so sorry for all those tech log reports who haven't been clear enough. Last aircraft I flew had a very minor... the pedestal lighting was not working, and I put it in the blog and he was like, oh no! Because he said it's a right nightmare to have it change. But any issues we have to put it straight on the tech log at the end of the sector. Do you miss the Broadtorn 01 call sign? Yeah, my first ever VATSIM call sign.
Paco 46, Romer is on an approximate heading about 030.
0030, thanks for your information. I've lost all my INS here. Paco 46.
He's lost his what? He's lost all his IRSs? Nightmare. I'd be running a pan call if I had lost all my IRSs. AG, enjoy the view now because you're coming to snow after the rocks. Very cool. I mean, obviously with Ortho scenery, their photos. So I don't know if. Well, I do know that we won't see any snow whenever the photo was taken.
Alpaca 46. For the rest of our route, we're supposed to get a route with only VORs, so I can't fly RNAV anymore.
Oh dear. Have you managed that?
Alpaca 46. Okay, let me look for your only route for you. Stand by.
Thank you.
That's impressive. Did you turn the IRS off? Don't touch the IRS switches in flight, whatever you do. Oh, he's INS, he's flying the 732. Alright, fair enough. That makes it a little bit more challenging. Was that Freckles? I think it might be Freckles. Anyone like to tell me the runway in use in Edmonton? You guys could be my Jims for the day, my fictitious first officers.
Contact Edmonton Center 135.
Yeah, we need to give him some. We need to give some Jip Joe in Discord. I think he's turned off his INS somehow.
Was that for me or was that just
Dave Hagan, I remember you used Broadsword 01. I subbed to your channel just before you went to Seattle whilst you were still using Broadsword and VATSIM. Very cool. I might, you should do like a one-off where you use it
Echo
again.
Delta, contact Edmonton 135.75. See you next time. Have a good day.
13575, Alpaca 48, Delta. Thanks a lot to ATC now, bye.
Thanks, bye-bye.
What did your man say? Was it 35485? 13575. I know you guys in chat will correct me. A jumper on INS doesn't make sense. It can't do RNAV in the first place. Well, it can do kind of en route basic RNAV approaches, so it's not permitted to do it. Was this the correct frequency? Sorry, 3575.
Worcester 164, descend 10,000 feet, 10,000, altimeter 3017. Turn left to a heading up north, 360.
Descend 10,000, and can I get the heading again, please?
Radar, very good eve. Good morning, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, maintaining flight level 370 inbound to Romra.
Good day to you, sir. Stand by.
I hope it's
So
the
let's get 164.
right frequency.
That was a heading of 360 and descending to 10,000.
Let's start setting up for the approach soon as well, only 80 miles to go.
Condor 295, turn right direct FT to pick up the star.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Kato, for the €7.37. See what you did there.
A little something for the lefty mouse fun.
Alaska,
Thank you very much. A little something, she said. A little something for the lefty mouse fun. Thank you very much, Kato. If you continue to support not only as a member, but your generous donations as well. Well, it's certainly not needed, but thank you. We're going to get this mouse. I'm going to order it this week, I mean, because I'm sick to death of this thing. It seems to be behaving itself now, but it's done its duty. But I think I need to be a pro streamer now. I need to get myself a mega mouse.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Thank you very much.
Say again.
Right, anyway, let's start setting up for the approach here. Sorry, I did ask what runway I could expect, and you said ILS 30 via the Suvet transition. Okay.
Wish at 2254. I'll call it better for now. Just maintain cruise. I'll be back to you as soon as I can.
Right, let's get those charts up here.
just checking it. I was just asking if we could have 3 minutes off frequency while I just check the 87 back. Oh, that's fine. Let me know when you're back then. Condor 782, contact Edmonton.
Condor is a long way from home.
On 120.5. Alpaca 782. Contact Edmonton arrival 120.5.
There we go. Right, stick some winds in here. So it is -10 in Edmonton, but I think the weather's pretty clear, so might not necessarily be in freezing conditions. Yes, it's freezing cold, but if there's no moisture or anything, it's not so much an issue. But when it is low visibility or snowing, obviously things change very quickly, so you have to be prepared for kind of winter operations. In Europe, based in the UK, you know, very lucky. We're seldom exposed to kind of a lot of winter operations, which means when it does happen, you've got to be really on the ball here because you don't have that repetitive flying procedures of winter operations. So you've got to be very careful when you're exposed to that. Usually, well, coming this winter, especially as I'm not flying often, if I see in a few days' time I am flying in kind of wintry conditions, I'll take time to look at all the procedures. We have a very fantastic training department at our airline where they create specific documentation. We have something called a winter operations procedural booklet, and it goes over everything in quite a lot of detail, which is great. Anyway, we'll grab the ATIS now. I'm going to get it on text. Edmonton. So Edmonton, information whiskey 1800 Zulu, wind 250 at 10, visibility 20, broken 8000, broken 25,000, temperatures -3, dew points -3, altimeter's 3017. So it is very cold, but it isn't technically freezing conditions because there's no visible moisture, it's not wet. It's
Condor
dry,
51 Quebec, turn right direct to MT.
information whiskey, so that's it. Runway 30. What was that altimeter setting? 3017.
Condor 51 Quebec, turn right direct ST.
So he did tell us to stand by when we checked in.
And it's Alpaca 51 Quebec. Oh, my apologies, Alpaca, yes. And Alaska 475, contact.
Doesn't seem too excited to see us.
0.5.
An alpaca. 37,000 feet /111.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, turn left heading 360, descend 10,000 whenever you're ready. The altimeter 3017.
Left heading 360 degrees.
So
Roger,
CYEG.
170 when ready and
So the arrival in this direction is going to be the SQ2. You should know about it because we put it into the FMC about 250,000 times. There we go, SQ2 for runway 20 and 30. So let's have a look through here. Going to be routing from Eski, which is our present inbound waypoint, to Agpit, Mesdi, Epsil, 8,000 above. IBA or UMIBA 7,210 knots or below, that's coded. We then have DUTCO 210 knots, and then LIDOR
turn left
to the
20
last
degrees.
waypoint, and then we could expect vectors. That restriction then to be at 7,000 at
Let me know what the
UMIBA.
heading's going to be.
How have you pronounced it? UMIBA, but it's a nice position for a continuous descent for a shortened approach. Otherwise we're going to stay on that vector, or possibly holding if it's super busy at Agpit. So I love the arrivals in
Roger,
United States and
340,
Canada,
thank you.
nice and simple. And then we're going to get vectored onto the ILS at some point. So runway 30, there we go. Oh, sorry, not 20. Wait, there's no... Hold on.
Good morning, WestJet 320.
There's an RNAV approach onto 20. There's no ILS available for 20, is there? What does it say on the ATIS? Oh, it only says departure runways 20.
Alpaca 510
IFR
Quebec,
approaches
keep
30.
speed up,
I'm
please.
losing the plot.
Roger, Alpaca
So this
5
is still the same, except I need to choose the other transition. So that's why we group briefings very carefully. I had in my head 20, even though it says 30, and you guys told me 30. So we just need to select the other transition.
Descend 10,000
So
feet, the
perhaps if I select the
3017.
correct approach as well. So ILS 30, and it's going to be the SUVAT transition, the LOBT. Not sure where that goes, but I can see SUVAT, so we'll select that. Execute.
So heading up 340, it's the ILS to runway 30.
So check that again. Akpit, Mesdi, going the wrong way. Ooh, pretty.
Edmonton Centre, good day, Alpaca 9 Alpha
Right.
Kilo, inbound SG at flight level 370.
Roger, thank you.
Interesting. So it's 9 of those transitions.
And Alpaca 8 November Echo, turn right
Let me
direct
just
to Esky.
deselect,
Your,
deselect.
behind you.
So,
Your 5 o'clock.
Esky 2
Right direct to SG, no thanks, Alpaca 8.
selected. Okay, from Esky 2 we want ILS 30, and we want the
Affirmative,
SUVAT
340
transition.
now.
However, it's going in this direction. Yay! Thank you, Navigraph. Why, or how do I?
Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey,
How do I
also
select all
heading
these
up
transitions
340
then?
For you.
left heading 340 degrees. Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey.
It's not LOBT,
164,
and if I select
heading
SUVAT,
up,
it's
340 for you if you don't have
not
it already.
it's just going direct to SUVAT. Was that for me? Oh no, it wasn't. So it's just slightly different routing for some reason. I can't select these waypoints for some reason.
Radio condition, 1018, flight level 450.
Better read chat in case I missed something here. You got the RNAV transition onto the ILS 30.
Chinook 1018.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I can't
located?
select this transition. I mean, it's an ESCI 2 arrival, so we selected that. ILS 30, and both of those transitions don't have any of these waypoints here. So I'm just going to put them in manually.
Turn for you in sequence in a few moments. I haven't forgotten about you.
What? Now it's appeared. How? What? Ooh, that doesn't look right. ZIBO, what's going on here? Right, let's just double check
November
everything
2, I'm afraid I can't provide service into Calgary for you at the moment.
So ESCI and PIT. We've had so many issues with this flight here. Right, there's a slight graphical glitch here. Look, on page 1, it goes from ESCI and then it's turning. I hope that it is going to work. That shouldn't be displayed as that. But we're going ESCI to AMPIT. APKIT. You know why I keep saying AMPIT? Is an arrival called AMPIT. There's ACPIT, MESD. There we go. ESCI 190 below, we've got on the FMC.
Packet 510 Quebec, contact Edmonton arrival.
Alneg,
10.5.
Kissod 7000, 210 knots below. Suvat,
10.5.
Mesfer. And it comes up again with those waypoints. So what we're going to do is go after Mesfer is just route to a waypoint on the approach. Jevon.
I'll get to you as soon as I can. Westjet 2254. Turn left.
Right, that's
to a heading
better.
of,
I had to modify that
300
quite a bit. Then we get onto the ILS. Right, we better just check our top descent here. Yeah, approaching top descent here. He never got back to me.
Westjet 160, a hard right turn now direct to ESCI.
We need to descend now for that restriction at ESCI.
Right direct to ESCI, ESCI 160.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, request descent.
Turn to a heading of 300 degrees, please.
Blocked.
Left heading 300 degrees, Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, request descent.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, turn left to a heading of 300 degrees, descend 10,000 feet. The altimeter is 3017, and it's the ILS for 30.
Left heading 300 degrees, descend altitude 10,000 feet, and setting pressures 3017, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Ah, he's really sending us. That's a very unusual clearance. Okay, well, in that case, that just kind of shows you how busy it is. Just going to go vertical speed 500 feet per minute. There's no point descending quickly if you're heading away from your destination. Top tip. Alright. Well, that gives me plenty more time to brief the approach. Let's change this, just fly at 245 knots. Bye, Edmonton.
I can't provide service into Calgary today because of an event, so you can monitor Unicom.
So we're happy then, we've got the rest of the routing here from Suvat. I'm going to just stick in Jevon, just get rid of the Mesfer restriction.
Westjet 320 is Takeoff descent 370.
So happy with that.
Westjet 320, turn
All those
left
restrictions are in,
heading
even though we might get
degrees,
vectors
descend
by
10,000
Kissod,
feet,
Suvat, and then from Suvat, routing direct to Jevon. Jevon's on the extended centre line for the approach. Just going to check what altitude FMC would like us at here. So it doesn't say anything about maintain exactly 5,000, so I'm going to put ATRA above for a CDA, but it does mention to be at 190 knots or below. That's fine. Then we're going to the ZAB NDB, which is 215. So it's a sort of a hold, this one. Yeah, top of sensor chat as well, guys, even though we're heading in the wrong direction.
Alpaca 295, stand by.
Oh, this mouse. ADF. Right. Once we passed Leduc.
Alpaca 8 November, India, squawk
560. Set the ILS 1091.
Contact arrival on 120.5.
5604 in the box, and we'll go to arrival on 120.5. Many thanks for heading the Alpaca.
Brilliant. So ILS attitude, course is 300. He did respond. I don't think he's too happy. courses are set. Minimums are very high elevation here. Minimums are 200 feet AGL, but on the altimeter will be 2573.
Alpaca 295, I don't have a target for you at the moment. Stand by, please.
Uh-oh. So, what would be perhaps better, instead of just sending us on a random vector, is keep it a bit structured, you know, stick us in a hold at Ackpit so he knows where everyone is. I think what's going on here, everyone's going left, right and centre. We're now heading away from Edmonton, which is extremely unrealistic. It's like he's just gone, here comes another alpaca, and he's got his baseball bat and gone, Koopa! It just sent us out of the area. He's getting busy, he's getting a bit saturated. But as we mentioned times before,
Alpaca 6, Mike, Echo,
it's hard
right
dealing with this amount of aircraft.
60 degrees
So we're going to find a procedural approach, possibly, or vectors. Maintain the accept the ILS at 5,000 feet, 6.7 miles. Passing the ZAB NDB down to the minimums. RVR required. Oh yes, it's all in.
Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey, correct. 360 on the
statute miles, I think. I can never remember what the figures are in the US charts. I'm doing flying to the US or Canada. Sorry for any Canadians. US there. But I should think that's around 550 metres. Pappy's on the left. And the missed approach you have to go around will be climb to 4,400. Track 300.
Alpaca 48, Echo Delta, heading of 360 for you, please.
Heading 360 degrees, Alpaca 48, Echo Delta. Right, well, that's sort of in the right direction. It's not forgotten about us, at least, which you have had happen before.
Alpaca 9.
That's it, so the missed approach close ahead. Enter the NDB to hold at Devon. Oh, sorry, no, it's the Z NDB, but Devon. And as required, shuttle climb. What does shuttle climb mean? I've never seen that depicted on
So you broke because they were up for Alpaca 9.
Right, that's it.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, turn left to a heading of 360, descend 10,000 feet, altimeter.
Sorry, 30 then 3,000 metres, nice and long. It is cold there, but there's no contaminated runway or conditions which would perhaps develop a contaminated runway in the future. Take the first high speed at Alpha 2 for runway occupancy, so it's around just under 2/3 distance.
Sorry to get back to you.
It's about 2,000 metres. Let's go
by.
flap 30, order break 3. We're going to ignore that restriction. We're going to be burning, if we go straight in, that is 700 kilos, so landing weight of 61.1.
Chinook 10, 6, 10, 18, squawk a new code 5460.
Was our alternate Calgary? Let's just see what the reserve fuel figure was.
360, descend 10,000.
5460, or heading 360.
Reserves 2.6, so we're 2.6 tonnes to divert, where are we? 3.6. So we've got a tonne extra, it's just over 20 minutes of holding fuel, which we're sort of eating into a little bit now with these delayed vectors, but we're not burning too much fuel because we're such a high altitude.
Chinook 1018,
That's it.
no faster than
split.
290 knots in transition.
No faster than 290 up in trenches. Chinook 1018.
Hangar pilot icing present around Esky? I can imagine so. In this cloud. Oh yeah, so I can see a lot of aircraft on looking at the VATSIM map on VATSpy.
320, turn right to heading of 3,
looks like aircraft are getting vectors onto the approach. There's a few aircraft heading in this general direction. Looks like we're going on a right whistle stop tour. Look how far people are getting vectored to the north. Why don't they just stick us in the hold? Far more realistic. And it's nice stacking on top of the aircraft as well, it's cool. But yeah, just 500 feet per minute, guys. There's no point going any quicker down, it's going to waste fuel.
Alpaca 46, good day to you. I'll be back as soon as I can. Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey, turn right.
Yeah, this guy is getting maxed out. Poor guy. Oh, he's probably just hoping to fly some WestJets. That's him event, and we've just come in and just completely...
160, contacted, headed to on arrival now, 120.5.
Zag 6135 never,
160, on frequency.
never departed from Vancouver. Lovely departure over the Rockies. Yeah, I know, it's been fantastic, albeit can't see too much of it today.
Westjet 160, go ahead.
I mean, bear in mind we had issues with the first stream. I've been going on for 4 hours. What time did I originally start? At 3:30. Nearly 3.5 hours.
205, Celestial 160.
Edmonton Center United 2-1, climbing to, let's see, 21,000, and direct merit.
United 2-1, climb flight level 300.
Climb 300, United 1.
Wicked.
Westjet 2254, turn right direct Esky to pick up the star. And what's your current airspeed?
Current airspeed is Mach 0.6.
Controller's key right now. Alpaca, 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 another aircraft. Alpaca, alpaca, alpaca. Amazing. Shuttle is Canadian for climbing holding. Just learnt that. Very cool, my man. I didn't know that at all. I've never heard of that term at all. Nothing to see, I'm afraid. Might as well stay in the cockpit.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, turn left to heading.
Not as efficient as the Nico Seeker approach controller. No, Rory. That guy we had on the last stream was absolutely outstanding. Estimated approach times, vectors, controls. It was doing everything. Very, very impressive. Rory Heap? I've only just clicked. Oh my goodness.
1018 Edmonton.
Rory Heap. Ladies and gentlemen, can I introduce you to this guy? Because I'm still yet to email him back. Rory Heap, who's watching here, emailed me. He is a subscriber to the channel. I won't go into too much detail, Rory, because I don't know how much you want to know, but he's 71 years old. And he's blind. He's actually watching the stream blind, so he can only hear what's going on and stuff. So it's fantastic that you're here, and I can actually click. And I just click with the name, and I just quickly check. Oh, that's the guy that emailed me. So Rory Heap is a 71-year-old subscriber. He is blind, guys. He's listening into the stream only, and he says he's really been interested in it. And I think you mentioned, Rory, that you've been blind your whole life as well, which is an absolute testament to the life you've lived, and I'm glad you've got out everything you have, and it's fantastic that you get the enjoyment out of these streams. But I'm sure how you're typing, I don't know, but whether you have assistance or you have a system that helps you here. But I'm sure a lot of people will recognise that's an incredible achievement here. So yeah, we've got always 345 saying amazing.
Roger, CILS for 30, turn left to
so really cool, Rory, and
300 degrees.
Glad you're here with the 440 other people watching. Super cool.
6 Charlie November, heading up 300 degrees. It is the
I can only explain, Rory, what's going on, which is we're going in the wrong way. We're not actually heading towards Edmonton at the moment. We're heading northbound towards Alaska.
9 Alpha Kilos, you're heading 270.
Jason Dicta, what descent rate you should choose on these long delayed vectors? Well, Jason, we can sort of work this out. I mean, you imagine we approached top of descent and we were trying to descend pretty much with idle thrust, which would give us 2,500–3,000 feet per minute. We're actually not heading towards Edmonton at the moment, so there's no point going down quickly. Now, we've been told to descend to 10,000 feet, which reminds me we should need to remember to set the QNH, but we'll wait until the transition altitude. We're heading away from the airport, so there's no point descending quickly, so kind of 500 is the sort of minimum accepted by ATC, really. Oh, Christian Eklund, you're deaf and just watching. Great fun, awesome stuff, Krista. Thank you so much, guys, and it's great that
355,
you know, people can watch or hear or listen to these streams, you know, and enjoy them, and it's great that you can get that entertainment from me. So it's awesome stuff, guys. Declan Lee just got back. Are you still flying away from Edmonton? We indeed are.
69, climb, flight level 300.
Level 300, direct 369.
Awesome, Krista. I'm glad you've learnt so much. Yeah, this is not a normal approach, no.
Your discussion descend 10,000
so I was rather hoping that we'd get in here extra fuel. We took an extra 30 minutes. Remember that figure to get to Calgary? 2.6 at the moment. We're estimating to arrive with 3.5. But that's as the crow flies. So which we're not currently doing. So that figure will be going down by 100 kilos every 2 to 3 minutes or so.
Charlie November, descend 10,000 feet. The altimeter is 3017.
Yeah, I know, Jonathan. I've not heard it.
9 Alpha Kilo.
He's saturated. Yeah, he's got a lot of aircraft coming in. I think, I don't know.
I'm sorry, you broke on the.
I'm not an AC controller, but I can only call from kind of experience from kind of watching and hearing it at work. You know, by sending us on a vector here, he's really adds to his workload because now he has to remember about me. Why doesn't he just stick us in the hold at Esky? Because then he can deal with aircraft not having to worry about where I'm going or what point would we go here. Had he just stuck right, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, hold at Esky, maintain flight level 300, Alpaca 5 Alpha Alpha, hold Esky, flight level 310, stack us, you know, and then he knows where everyone is, and then he can proceed us to AppKit. By putting us on this vector, he's just massively adding to his workload because it's not only me that's on the vector, there'll probably be another dozen aircraft and he now has to remember.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, Edmonton.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta.
Turn right, direct to Esky to pick up the star.
Right, direct to Esky, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. He might be listening in. But like I said, he's probably doing everything he can. I have no experience controlling at all, but that's a good sign. We're now heading in the right direction. Absolutely, Thomas, and his experience will no doubt come from reviewing his performance. Such an important topic in commercial aviation is the ability to sit down. We're all human. We all make mistakes, myself included. I make mistakes at work, but the thing is, we have the safety net of 2 pilots and checklists and procedures. So you know you'd have to make several mistakes, then it's snowballed to have an incident, even a minor incident here. But one of the very important elements of CRM is the ability to review, sit down and review your performance. If you perhaps made a mistake or perhaps gone down and done something wrong at work, and you sit down after duty and actually go, you know what could I have done better? And you might review the procedure in the manual, you might review the checklist, you might look at some documentation, you might even ask a colleague, you know, and you go, you know what, I'll try that next time, and you learn. I do it every single day. If I, you know, sit down and review if I've had something happen. I wouldn't say every day, I don't like to make mistakes every day, but sure. I've had plenty of situations where I've gone, oh, I could probably have done that a bit better. And we call that self-critique, and it's actually a recognised CRM element. It's the ability to level those things. So going back to this controller, you know, he's saturated. He'll probably finish this session feeling exhausted. Maybe he'll be like, you know, I don't want to be a controller for the next few days. But what he should do is, and I'm sure he will, is self-critique. Go, you know what? I sent this guy here, that guy there, he had to fly around an extra 20 minutes, what could I have done to be more efficient? He could have talked to his colleagues, look at the manual. It's a very important, not only important role in aviation, it's an important role in life generally, isn't it? Just to look back and go, why isn't that working? Now, why aren't we actually turning to Esky? There we are. It was a bit of it should be a kind of continuous turn, but the mod sort of, oh no, it's got a straight line. So yeah, you can see just by descending at 500 feet per minute, we're still 4,000 feet low. So we'll just carefully monitor the profile, and when it comes back on, I might go back to VNav again, and then we'll monitor the situation with where we are. He is listening in. I know, you know, he must be. If you are listening in, controller, you're doing a fantastic job. Don't worry.
Alpaca 46.
It's like I said, I wouldn't even know where to start with this amount of traffic in here.
10,000 feet. The altimeter is 3017.
Okay.
Turn left to heading 340, and can you repeat the altitude, please? Alpaca 46.
Alpaca 46, descend 10,000, heading up 360.
Descend 10,000, heading 350, Alpaca 46.
Jeremy Lemrod, should you increase your rate of descent now when we get back onto profile? And again,
Charlie, November,
we'll do that, and then if it sounds like we're getting more delay, I'll again probably ignore the profile. So what we'll actually do, we'll engage VNav now. The aircraft will descend at 1,000 feet per minute and maintain our descent speed of, well, I don't want to do 284 because...
Yes, it is. I have to call you twice every time. You have to pay attention, please. It's just too busy to fool around.
Yeah, so this guy
Turn right, heading 360.
You can tell, you know, when you get saturated, you get busy, you can get frustrated. Not ideal. So try, you also want to try.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Are you direct Esky this time?
Affirm, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Excellent. So yeah, it's try and help him out, try and listen out, which is not easy when you're streaming and trying to answer
you
questions.
are. I think I better hand you off to Unicom, though. We have an event going on. I'm drowning in airplanes. I'm sorry I couldn't do better. 122.8
poor
for
pilot.
West at 320, turn right, to heading of 070.
Cool. So now we're back on the profile. The VNAV will comply with that restriction to main 190 by Esky.
West at 320,
and we've
left,
updated the descent target
070.
speed to 250 knots instead of 284.
West at 320.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, turn right,
Starting to
heading
sound like
70.
a Kennedy controller. Can't be a bit shouty, I've heard.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo.
Yeah, I mean, we all get saturated. There's a very famous video on YouTube of an Aer Lingus aircraft departing New York, and it was very busy and there was a lot of thunderstorms around, and the Aer Lingus pilot just made some simple requests to vector around for the weather, and the controller, he pretty much lost it, it was very well handled with the Aer Lingus captain, but it wasn't
Okay,
the right
aircraft are calling. I'll get to you as soon as I can. I
response.
just have to navigate the sequence
But yeah, if you
here.
look on YouTube, Aer
I have to
Lingus
stay
New
high a
York
bit longer.
ATC, there was a bit of a it's not nice to listen to, but
Chinook
a lot of lessons I'm sure
1017,
were learned by the
turn
controller
right to
that
heading
day.
of 070, please.
Right 070, Chinook 1070.
Domino Mosina, you made it to Edmonton, sadly. No
1018,
butter.
my apologies.
Oh dear.
Well, I messed it up too, no worries.
6 Charlie November, also a right turn heading 070.
Cool. I don't... Oh, there we are on our chart, look. Coming inbound to Esky.
6 Charlie November, right turn 070.
So another thing he just did there, he just said 6 Charlie November. That's not going to perk up the ears of the guy who's on the frequency. You really got to say, your call sign Alpaca, because that takes your attention, and then your number. If he just says 6 whatever he said, it won't get the attention of the guy. Got to say the full call sign.
Atlanta 705, descend 10,000 feet. The altimeter is 30.
Lorenzo, what does the position button on the EFIS do? It's not fully simulated in the ZIBO mod, but someone asked this on the Cross the Pond stream, and I said I'd take a picture at work and I forgot. But what it does, it shows you where various aircraft systems think the aircraft is. So it'll show you where the GPS left and right think you are, the IRS position as well.
Turn left to a heading
it's not modelled in the ZIBO mod.
for now.
Whether it's modelled in the PMDG, not 100% sure.
Altimeter 3017, it's the ILS for 30.
Turn left heading 360, down to 10,000 feet, QNH 3070.
Well, we're getting there, guys. Looks like
Canada 264,
VNAV's going
turn
to
left
nicely
to a heading
place us at
of,
Esky at 190.
And descend 10,000 feet on your discretion at altimeter 301.
Wow, and look at the aircraft still coming in from Vancouver as well. To be fair, who's online here? I don't think they've got a huge amount online, to be fair. Yeah, look, they've only got... who are we speaking to? It's 3575. So we're talking to Edmonton Centre. There's only an approach frequency and a tower and a ground. Ideally, I guess they'd want a second approach controller, at least, or one more controller prior to going over to approach. So he's probably having, or trying to manage a huge amount of airspace. Cisco, Ghost, do you think you'll go back to the PMDG 737? I don't have prepared installed, and the FSX version is obviously quite outdated. So unlikely I only use XPlane 11 or Microsoft Flight Simulator, but when it does eventually come out, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I will of course use it.
Chinook 1018, squawk 5450.
5450 1018.
6 Charlie November, are you there?
So he's using that abbreviated form again. I mean, even if it's a full reg, like November 65 Charlie uniform, he's, you know, if he's still not getting there, go for that full call sign or full registration.
Center Southern Air 652.
Anyway, I'm not here to critique, like I said. Right, anyway, 190 by Esky. Well, it looks like our descent profile is going to put us below that anyway, so that's fine. And then we'll now proceed to AppKit. Looks like there's a nice,
355, left
nice little space here
300 degrees.
as well, with the traffic ahead of us, looking at the VATSIM map. Will Griffin, is this Microsoft Flight Sim or XPlane? This is XPlane11. Oh, VNav's now just thrown us slightly high, so what I'm just going to do is revert to level change. There's a transition altitude, so we'll set the pressure 3017. We're not actually under any direct speed control, so I'm just going to go 270 knots, just to stay on profile roughly. And there we are, back on the...
6 Whiskey Mike, I'm at 17,000 feet, so request vectors for the approach for 30.
Who's that? Young Swifty, I think.
Baka 46, just maintain your current clearance, please. What's your heading?
Keep that patient, Swifty, he'll get to you.
46, current heading is 300. Did you want us to maintain 170?
Put a little bit of engine anti-ice on.
No, Baka 46, continue your descent, turn right to 70.
Descent and turn right 070.
Alpaca 6 Whiskey Mike, I'm at 17,000 feet.
Swifty,
and just
patience.
Final request vectors for 30.
Patience, my man, he'll get you there. Perfect, inbound to AppKit, and we're going down to 10,000.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, were you handed off to arrival?
Negative 6 Mike Whiskey.
Captain Jack flew into Glasgow earlier, and the mod was
Whiskey,
behaving
I don't
brilliantly.
have a target for you.
It's
Say something again on the radio, see if I pick it up.
It's very very good at the moment, very stable.
17,000 feet, and we've just turned on to final, so I'm going to have to request vectors for 30.
Oh dear.
Contact.
So it looks like poor Swifty was
arrival
forgotten.
120.5. I don't have a target for you.
Roger, we'll contact arrivals 120.5 Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey.
It's very late, Swifty, to have actually requested that. I would have probably said something a bit sooner. But important not to get agitated. Did sound a bit agitated there, young man. But, it's all cool, very zen, be zen.
Chinook 1018, turn right, direct Esky. Pick up the star. What's your airspeed?
We're 290 knots, so we can go direct Esky and resume the arrival.
Looks like there could be some more holding
that's fine,
later on.
290 knots is
Late.
good. Pick up the arrival at Esky.
Chinook 1018.
I've been trying to call you. Turn right to heading
Oh, a couple of planes have dropped off their
about
data link. Centre
I don't know,
refused to
100
switch him to
degrees.
approach. Oh, okay. Well, he's maxed out this guy anyway, so. Alright, we're going to go back to VNav anyway, so we don't get below the profile. We've got no restrictions to comply with.
Alpaca 46.
We've
You
got
should be
the
heading on.
Alneg
heading on
at above 8,000,
070 now.
and then the Kissod 7,000, which is what the aircraft should be aiming for.
Would you like us to turn 070 now?
So yeah, Kissod 7,000.
Yes,
which is
070
past
on the heading.
Awesome, there's a nice little bit of scenery anyway to enjoy.
Turning now, Alpaca 46, Mike, which is
The seatbelt sign on, a bit late.
Alpaca 355,
Turn the
heading of
engine anti-ice
360
off now.
now.
Heading 360 for Alpaca 356.
Carl Cruz, can you become a pilot if you don't know how to swim? You will need to learn how to swim, Carl Cruz. On your initial safety training, you have to do one length of a pool, a swimming pool, with your clothes on. Well, that's what I had to do 11, 12 years ago, unless it's subtly changed, I'm not sure. But yes, you will need to learn to swim. We're not talking about, you know, Phelps. You just have to be able to tread water and swim one length. So when we approach 10,000, I'll give him a nudge, saying approaching Mesdi. Poor guy's pretty saturated.
Very faint on that transmission. I'll be back as soon as I can.
But he's, like I said, I don't think he's expecting the amount of traffic, which is what happens whenever we turn up.
And 6-9, you can call Vancouver Center now, 33-7.
And it's all about experience. You know, more experience you get as a controller, the more you have it. Maybe I should talk to Matt and I should do a VATSIM. I should become a VATSIM controller.
I don't recognize call sign, sorry. Just call Vancouver now.
We'll call Vancouver second.
1,000 to go.
Check.
133.7, thanks.
1337, drag 269 feet.
At Edmonton Centre, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, approaching flight level, correction 10,000 feet inbound to Mesdi, request further descent.
Echo Delta, I think I handed you off to arrival, contact him on 20.5.
Arrivals on 120.5, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Good luck, sir.
Alpaca, Kilo, contact.
See, poor guy, he's so busy, he's, he thought I'd been handed over. He might have done, I might have missed it. Right, anyway, I'll just...
164, contact tower, 118.3.
183, we'll stick that on standby before we check in. Doesn't sound like anyone else.
West at 2254, continue the left turn, heading 020.
It is actually good afternoon here now, isn't it? No, it's still just about good morning. Edmonton approach, very good morning, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, maintaining 10,000 feet inbound to Anleg.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, hello, descend to 6,000, the Edmonton altimeter is 3019, expect the ILS approach, runway 30, be vectors for final.
Send 6,000 feet, 3019, expected vectors for the ILS 30, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So 6,000 set, we're going to go level change because we'll struggle to make that 7,000 foot restriction to be level by Kissod. I don't think he'd really be worried about that, so he will use speed brake.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, what's your current speed?
Currently 240 knots, Alpha 6 Mike Whiskey.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, reduced to 200 knots.
Reducing 200 knots, Alpha 6
Perfect. So we just, the only thing we're going to might struggle with is the Kissod restriction, but I'm doing everything I can. Speed brakes out, 220 knots. We need to be 210 by Kissod, so we might just about make that. We'll do the post-cruise checks now. Fuel, 4 pumps, lights we can pop on. Logo's not required, AP's off, pressurization, yeah. ZIBO, it's depressurized again. The mod's got this habit of just completely depressurizing the I missed at what stage, but certainly when you descend below the altitude here, so this is unrealistic. That's set, seatbelts on, recall, checks complete. So yeah, let's say the mod is pretty good at the moment, but it is performing a rapid depressurization.
Echo Delta, turn right, heading 150, be vectors for final, descend to 6,000 feet.
Right heading 150 degrees, continue to descend to 6,000 feet, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So I'm going to slow the speed brake now, go to 10 knots, because technically now on the vector we no longer need to comply with that restriction at Kissod. Now 80 would usually be quite clear if they wanted to. They'll say, okay, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, please be passing 7,000 feet, abeam Kissod, but you can see it gives you a bit of a level segment here. And now we're on the vectors, so we can just get ready to complete the approach checklist and get configured.
Westjet 320, hello.
So yeah, I think the delay in total 20-30 minutes maybe.
40 knots, please descend to 8,000. It'll be vectors.
3.6, we still have quite a bit extra.
240 down to 8,000, vectors for 80.
I thought it had gone down a little more, but it hasn't.
Alpaca 6, Mike Whiskey. Turn right, heading 1905.
Right heading 195 degrees, Alpha
Nice.
6 Mike Whiskey.
So another thing to bear in mind is the elevation here. Don't forget it's 2,400 feet, so yes we're at 7,300. But that means we're only 5,000 feet above the ground, not 7,000, so it's always something to be a bit careful of. So I'm going to go vertical speed 500 again. And we'll go direct to Devon. Not Devon. Jevon. Devon's the missed approach.
18, hello, Edmonton approach. Descent 10,000, or maintain 10,000 for the moment. It'll be vectors for the final runway, ILS 30.
Hologram, who lands first, Swifty or Flight Deck Sim? Yeah, where is he? He was much higher than I was.
1,000 to go.
Wicked.
Westjet 2254, what's your current speed?
209 knots.
So, because I don't use that VATSIM map anymore in XPlane because it crashed my sim, I can't really show you where all the other traffic is, but I'm sure if you look at the VATSIM map, you'll be well aware of where everything is and what's going on. Guys, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. How are we got?
Echo Delta, turn right, heading 170, please.
Right at 170 degrees, Alpaca 4 Echo Delta. 570 of you watching, only 382 likes. This is a poor performance. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up if you like being delayed vectored into Edmonton in XPlane in the ZIBO MOD 737 flew by Wheel 737 Captain as well. That's better.
No problem, Westjet 2254.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, what's your current speed?
Current speed 200 knots, Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey.
Cool.
Mike Whiskey, are you able to reduce to 100?
So again, now heading away from the airport. No point descending quickly. We're approaching our cleared altitude anyway, but not much you can do. But yes, look around here.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, level 10,000, request first.
All very square.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, hello, descend to 7,000, and it'll be vectors for the final ILS 3.
Kick my cat, what's the lowest altitude that can be flown on a single channel autopilot? Minimum usage height is 158 feet, so you have to have disconnected the autopilot by 158 feet.
Westjet 2254, turn left heading.
Lunchbox, best way to spend a Saturday. Spend a Saturday. Thanks, buddy.
Left heading 330, clear fire approach runway 30, Westjet 2254. And was that left heading 330?
Left heading 330.
They're getting us in though. Have you ever forward slipped the 737 to lose altitude? No, my man, it's not permitted.
And clear for the ILS approach runway 30.
Right heading 310 degrees on the heading.
Great in a 150 or a glider, but don't do that in a commercial airliner.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, turn left heading 070, descend to 5,000 feet.
Left heading 070 degrees, descend altitude 5,000 feet, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So 5,000 feet set, that's a good heading. Let's just go vertical speed 500 again. We're doing our speed of 200 knots. 210 knots. You gotta admit, Ortho is just brilliant.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, you can continue left turn 040.
Continue left turn 040 degrees, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So that's a nice base leg for us, so now we're going to route again direct to Jevon.
Westjet 320, what's your current speed?
Harry Bassett didn't have a sneaky beer whilst flying the sim. I hope at home. I nearly had a glass of wine for the stream because we were having we had like a platter, like a had cheese and celery and tomatoes and stuff, and I really fancied this one. But I'm good. Obviously at work, big no to respect that, but sometimes during the stream or before stream, it's tempting. I've never done it. Thanks a lot, just drink some tea. Fantastic, what a fantastic username. Thank you so much, welcome aboard as a member. Glad you joined the content, you get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy your customers in chat. What a fantastic username. Marina, can you just make some tea? Or just drink some tea? Make a tea? Cup of tea? Cup of tea, please? She's going,
Westjet 320, no, you haven't been cleared for the ILS approach yet. I'm vectoring you for the final.
She said I've got my Ribena, but you just sound like a teenager. I am actually drinking Ribena right now, though.
A firm up on 6 Mike Whiskey.
Where is Swifty? Am I going to pip him to the post?
Westjet 2254, actually apologies.
Thanks for subscribing, Suranch Sondagger. Welcome aboard.
Do you have visual in the field?
There's 5,000, but there's nothing we can do about CDA here. We're so low already.
0 and stand by Westjet. Roger, we do. Yeah, we do have visual in the field.
Does he have the field in sight? Don't guess that.
Westjet 2254, 4 if you're able. Clear for the visual approach, runway 30.
So,
Contact the
there's
tower,
traffic ahead of us.
118.3.
Get slotted in behind him.
Bye-bye. Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, you're number 2 in sequence. Contact the tower, 118.3.
Roger, tower 118.3, Alpaca 6.
He just beat me to it. I think that could be Swifty there ahead of me.
Alpaca 4 Echo Delta, what's your current speed?
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta maintaining 5,000. Sorry, at 210 knots. Before you sit down.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, reduce to 190, turn right heading 330, cleared for the ILS approach, runway 30.
Reduce the speed to 190 knots, left turn heading 330 degrees on the heading clear ILS 30, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So heading 330, selecting flaps 1,
320, turn right
and there's 190 knots selected. Echo's now going to decelerate.
Turn left heading 040. Left heading 040.
And on the heading we are clear ILS, but we're only 3,000 feet AGL, 2,500 feet AGL, so don't want to get any lower.
Good evening, Alpaca 355, 8 miles from Lesky.
And this traffic is very close ahead of us here.
Alpaca 355,
don't go too slow.
Descend to 6,000 feet, Edmonton altimeter is 3019. Expect the ILS approach runway 30, be vectors for the final.
I feel like I need to go slower. He's only 5 miles ahead, it's okay, but... Rory Heap, I hope your brakes work today. I know, Rory, we nearly we had serious issues last stream because the runway in XPlane 11, there was a slight issue where they say when it's wet that the braking action that you get is definitely not what you'd expect from a wet runway. It's from one you'd expect covered in ice and snow. But ZIBO's actually put a fix in here to prevent that ever becoming an issue in his particular aircraft. But I spoke to some other people, and that issue is also present in other aircraft. So I still have that active sky setting in my weather settings to ensure that the turbulence is a bit more realistic.
And we'll got the ILS 30.
Jackie, do you ever do single engine taxi in real life? Yes, after landing we do. Right, let's arm Vorlock on our intercept heading, and this chap staying.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, contact tower 118.3.
Tower 118.3, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Bye now.
What's that? 22548 firm.
So I want to check in the ASAP, so it gives us a slower speed.
133.650. I can hear it from somewhere else that's on that older frequency, but I can't hear anything. I haven't got any transmission.
Is he telling his life story?
What's that? 2254? Sorry, can you just say that again?
No.
So yeah, basically, I went on to departure 133.650. I can hear someone on a YouTube video that's on the same frequency as me getting transmission, but I want that transmission and I can't hear anything.
Alright, well that's obviously someone is transmitting on my... watching my stream, I should think. He's having a right field day.
2254 standby.
Tower, good day, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, localise, establish, ILS 30. Forgot to tell him my speed.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, continue approach.
Continue approach, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Alright, these guys are busy. I'm going to have to slow down because he's already now within 5 miles. So I'm going to go flat 5 now, which is around the position I do it.
Russia 2254, yeah, follow the published procedure, and if his voice frequency isn't working on departure, just send him a text message, please.
Cleared approach, so arm and approach.
Roger, I don't think I've got the text message set up, so yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Everyone has text message. It's on your client. I guess he's quite new on VATSIM. Probably not the best doing a VATSIM event on your first ever time on VATSIM, but...
Okay, Russia 2254, standby.
So glide slopes alive, approaching 5 miles. We'll put the ground frequency on standby, which is 1 to 1.7. So I've kind of taken it into my own element here. We were told to maintain 190, but this aircraft's going to get too close. So I've gone to flat 5, slowed down to 167 knots. WestJet's having a mare. There's traffic ahead of us, look. He has jumped into the deep end, Brad. Right, anyway, let's turn the music down in the background. There we go. So here comes the glide slope. Glide slope capture, missed approach altitudes 4,000 to 400 feet. which is 2,000 feet AGL, so it's actually a very low stop altitude here. Oh my goodness me, and that is what happens if you put the fixed ring in round the wrong runway. See that? That's so dangerous. I put it on 2-0 because that's what I thought I was landing on earlier. And look what it does, it kind of skews all the green rings, and this is actually a big threat at my operator. Because we do this, if you have a runway change to the reciprocal runway, you can really
50,
screw up
40,
when you configure
30,
or where you
20,
are. So we'll put those fixed rings
10.
back in for runway 30. There we go. Thanks a lot, Thomas Nebrega, for the £2. Can you fly with one malfunctioning FMC? You can, Thomas. No problem at all. But there are particular approaches, aka hard nav approaches, you would not be able to fly. Thank you very much. Right, on the speed brake. It's very quiet on this tower frequency. Anyway, this good job we went to a little bit of a slower speed early here. We're just waiting for our landing clearance and to configure as well. Nice 13 knot headwind. Nothing too bad. AG, welcome to neighbourhood. Thanks to the entertainment. See you again. I'll have to try VATSIM now. Absolutely great network. I know there's IVAO available and people do speak highly of that, but I only have the time to do one. Right, let's start configuring. Gear down, flat 15. Landing checklist to flaps. So start switches, continuous. Recall is checked. Speed brake is armed, green light. Landing gear down 3 green. Auto brake is set to 3. Holding at flaps, which is going to be flap 30. Match the speed. So flaps we have 30.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, expect late landing clearance.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Flaps 30, green light, and just waiting for our landing clearance. Otherwise, we're all ready to go.
Alpaca 6 Mike Whiskey, welcome to Edmonton, right when able, and contact ground.
Perfect, and we'll take the next right. Oh, he's missed the next exit. He's going to have to go to the next one. So we'll try and aim for the first high speed here. Right, we'll disconnect. So, autopilot's off, auto throttle's off, my controls.
Good day. On the
God damn mouse. There we are.
Holding short of runway
30
at Bravo.
Check.
On the Ton 43 standby.
So he's just vacated. Late landing clearance, but got it before touchdown, which is what we need.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, May 30, winds 2906, clear to land.
Way 30 clear to land, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. So I reckon, had I not taken that kind of 190 restriction into account and slowed down, I probably would be going around. It would be very tight.
300,
Check.
winds 290 at 6, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Minimum.
Continue.
Fly heading 300.
Bit low on speed there, so just had a bit of thrust.
On the pond 43.
Descending.
And on the 43,
There's the threshold.
Contact departure 133.650.
50,
And also on
40,
departure,
30,
contact
Check.
departure.
20,
Close.
10.
Hold that attitude. Oh, hi, Jack. Another butter. Minus 80. Lovely. Speed brakes up. Ooh, reverses. Okay, reverses aren't working. Why is that? There we go. It's because I was not clicked on there, and I've just missed the exit. So I've done exactly what Swifty did. I was criticising him. 100 knots.
80 knots.
80 knots.
Good morning.
60 knots. I reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Edmonton. The reason the reverse is working because I clicked off the sim, so it wasn't working. Here we are. Stow the reverses, and we'll take Alpha 4.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, welcome to Edmonton, right when able, and contact ground 27.
Our Alpaca 48 Echo Delta vacated at Alpha 4. We'll contact ground on 1217. Good day. I was like, Lufthansa. Lufthansa always say the call sign first. I don't know why I did that. Excellent. Anyway, welcome to Edmonton, guys. Flaps up, speed brake stowed. We'll contact grounds. Edmonton ground, good day. Alpaca 48 Echo Delta vacated runway 30 Alpha 4.
Alpaca 48 Echo Delta, taxi Oscar 8 discussion.
Taxi Oscar, and then stand on discretion, Alpaca 48 Echo Delta. Wicked, so Oscar's just straight ahead.
Finally made it.
Yep. And then we'll get on to stand here. Wicked, let's taxi on in. There's an aircraft departing on runway, I think it's runway 20. Very cool. It's an ANA 777. Off he goes. Back to Japan. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, let's do the cleanup. Flaps are up. Trim set. Let's go get ourselves on a stand next to some other alpacas. Let's go there. We'll take the next right here. I like those sort of taxi instructions. No pressure. Get the AP up and running.
Have a good day, Canada.
Awesome. Well, another successful flight on VATSIM. Very busy. ATC got us down. That's the most important thing. I can't even remember the Microsoft Flight Simulator stream we did at the start. It was so long ago. Feels very strange. Yeah, I really am impressed with the default airports and the effort some people go to. They update it, I believe, on the gateway. So you have all the default airports, or many of them now have all the correct taxiway signs. They have a lot of the stand numbers all correct. It's really quite cool. A lot of the stuff on the org store or the freeware stuff from the forums is quite outdated now. There's some really good stuff there, but what you get on the gateway, which is updated with each XPlane update, is very impressive. Right, 2000 standby would usually come in here. Water brake to off. Weather radar's coming off. Take stand 56. ZIBO are considering a gateway type community for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Just have, and then everyone can touch up and do particular airports. That'd be just what they need. AP is available. Probably can come off as well. It is -10 here. Or -2, not -10. But we're not in freezing conditions. There's no visible moisture. Visibility's over 1 statute mile or 1600 meters. There's no rain, so we just do the normal cleanup though. We'll bring it to a stop there. There we go. Fantastic. Right, 2 blues, 1 red. Engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first ever time in a Flight Sim livestream, Edmonton in Canada. Oops, strobes before someone else tells me off in chat. There we go. Another butter, another successful flight. Great, great fun indeed. Awesome. Domino, Cena, great to hear that. Microsoft Flight Simulator getting the gateway, I guess, because they have all your stands wrong in your local airport, which I think you said is Poznan. You just missed your plane back to Japan. I know. Toga Simulations want to apologise for what happened last stream. It was unprofessional of me, and I'm better than that. I don't want that to get to me, but I apologise right there. But no, hey, Toga, no problem at all. We all make mistakes and stuff. Just take your time, and you'll get there in time at all. There's no need to apologise, but appreciate it nonetheless. Look at all the butter emojis in chat. We've had a very good butter streak in the ZIBO mod recently. I think that someone said 7 or 8 in a row. Very good. It's all that ever matters in the life of desktop simulator pilots. How many butters we have. Oh dear. Wicked. Guys, what a fantastic stream. Just before I go, would you like a very quick sneak peek of what I have planned for tomorrow's stream? If I can load it up quickly here. Have a quick look at this, then we'll do the replay sign out, and hopefully if I get this all sorted by 8 PM, we're going to have some fun. I'm going to flash it up for 1 second, okay? New image. Add source. Browse. Let's have a look here. Are you ready for this, guys? It's going to come up and disappear very quickly. What do you think of that? You're going to see that tomorrow. Awesome, awesome stuff. Well, let's turn this music down here. There we are. And we'll log off the network here. And again, to all the controllers, I know some of them watch the stream, so thank you very much for the ATC. And yeah, it was not bad at all. Very, very busy, and you had a lot of traffic to deal with today. And thank you very much for catering for the alpacas. I know it was an awesome, a huge amount of traffic to cater sometimes when we do these kind of fly-ins there. So thank you very much to you all. And on that note, we'll now start the funky replay music, which again is disappeared. I will one day do this perfectly. There we go. Let's enter the replay. Right. So let's put it back to just before the threshold. No issues with stopping performance today, just my issue quickly selecting reverse thrust, which is completely my fault. There we are. Just shut off Sim Toolkit Pro. So I flared a bit too high there, a little bit too high. There was a very slow flare, which just eats up a bit of runway. But otherwise, nice touchdown there. And that's me. What I do in a desktop sim, which I don't do in the real aircraft, I just pitch up. You see the elevator moving up? I just give it a little bit more up to kind of ensure it's smooth. XPlane 11 has a tendency to float anyway compared to the real aircraft. I've said it many times before. The real aircraft is a little bit more wanting to settle on the runway compared to XPlane 11. I just realised the sound's down. Have I timed it perfectly? I have. No, not quite. The other view here, slight crosswind, nothing too much to deal with. Lovely. Is there a tower view here? Nothing. Tower. Oh, a tower, there is, very far away. These binoculars for sure. Let's see how this goes. Buttervator. But secrets revealed. Yeah, no, I could have solved that. Not much though, pretty much holding the attitude there. So yeah, I was trying to select reverses now, but because my mouse was on the other monitor, didn't select it. I was like, oh yeah, I need to click back into the sim. And there comes reverse for us, so a bit late. Fantastic. Right guys, well, as ever, thank you to everyone that's contributed to the stream today, very much appreciated. To everyone that donated, very, very kind of you. It's certainly not required, but if you ever just want to watch the stream, that's completely fine. That's all I ever would ask you to do. Just like the video. Don't forget to subscribe as well. To all my members, again, thank you for the continued support. To all the new members that joined today, loads of new members, I think 5 or 6. So welcome on board. You'll get invited to our members-only Discord. Check out Discord YouTube synchronization on Google. If you have any issues, drop me an email or a message on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to all my moderators as well, thanks for helping me run the stream, including you, Mariana, but I'm still waiting for my tea. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow at 8 PM for truly something special. Massive thanks to, I can't remember the name of the developer, but I got in contact with them. They're going to be giving away a copy during the stream for you as well. Lots to look forward to, I'll keep you posted, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.